All right, everybody. Hello and welcome to Thursday night People in the Boxes, episode number 74. That's right, 74 episodes, and it's a new year. We still get to say Happy New Year's. If you haven't seen me the rest of the week, I've had two other shows this week. No, three other shows this week. But I still say Happy New Year's because this is my last one for the week. And then we got game night next week for the first time this year. So that'll be fun. This is, let's see, the 4th, January 4th, 2024, guys. It's going to be a fun episode and also interesting. I feel like we're going to learn something. We are live on Instagram now, although Instagram did flag me earlier in the week for nudity for something. I don't think it was. I highly disagree, but they said something like me talking was sexual content. All right, hey, listen, however you feel, but it's funny. So we're here. We're back on it anyway. We're on Kick. We're on Rumble, guys. Come on over to Rumble if you can. That's where I prefer everybody to hang out. And we got the X going. We're on X. We're on Twitch. We're on YouTube and now Facebook. This is our second show on vet codes on Facebook, guys. If you are a veteran out there and you are looking for more veteran groups to get into that are legitimate, that have good discounts of some kind, or doing some sort of giveaways that are veteran related, then you definitely want to join us over on vet codes. So shouts out to you guys. We appreciate you, vet codes. Thanks, Jeffrey. We got him in the house right now. Heck yeah. Look at that. I see that. That looks like at least a 9mm that he's standing behind there, right, guys? Anyway, this one is going to be good, guys. Let's not be too emotional. Hopefully, everybody's coming with an interested head on their shoulders tonight. We're going to be talking about conspiracies, and I left it open-ended. I didn't say conspiracy theories. We're going to obviously get into those, but I'm kind of leaving it open to just about anything. And we've got with us tonight Kim and Jason. Oh, conspiracy.
They're trying to block us already.
Got him.
Trying to block us already.
Did you guys see the shadow come through the screen?
Just came right over. They were like, nope, we're watching.
Oh, man.
Big Daddy's always watching.
Something's gonna happen. I feel like these crazy titles I've met. Okay, so let me tell you guys a little small conspiracy in my world. Over on Kick, I went live on We Grow Wednesday yesterday, and my title was "How much farmland does Bill Gates own?" It wasn't anything negative. It was just a question, just posing a question. And so what happened is now on Kick, I cannot change the banner picture, which is a picture of me next to this cartoon version of Bill Gates with this little like virus on the end of his finger. And the button for editing is gone now. And up to that point, I had been changing it on every episode to a whole new background banner to that episode's picture, similar to the one behind us right now. So it's pretty weird. It's pretty weird. Jeffrey says government's behind it all. What's up, Cullen? We got Jenna. We got Kat in the house. We got Derek from all the way down from down under Australia. So we've got three countries represented already and only 11 people. This is awesome, guys. If you haven't yet, hit that like button for us, please. And if you could, share it out. We don't get out there much otherwise because, listen, we're just a lowly talk show that gets into the deep topics and the emotional subjects and the highs and the lows here on People in the Boxes. We're not giving anything away other than our time, our energy, our thoughts, our feelings, hopes, our dreams, our virtues, our integrity. I don't know. Is there more good words in there I could talk? Isosceles, is that right? No, that's not. I don't think that's right.
Triangles.
Yes. I mean, I just think of big words. Kim, come on now.
I was like,
all right.
Isosceles. What?
I forget what movie that was. He's like, or or what was the movie where like the guy's like asleep most of the time and he gets up on the debate, like he wakes up and he's suddenly knows all the answers, and then like I think it was a TV series. Anyway, so this is a crazy subject, I think, because some people have very specific ones that it's kind of like superstitions in a way, because people have ones they believe and ones that they don't, and it's like none of us know the answer to really any of them, to be honest, but there's some of them that are just like you really just believe it, and other ones that you don't. It's like like this right below me, this pyramid with the eyeball on it. Everyone says that's, what is that, Illuminati on our dollar bills? Like everyone says that. Everyone thinks that. So why do we think it's on the dollar bill? Anybody have an idea or an answer to that one? Like, are they trying to tell us that, or is that a misdirect in some way? Let's make up this thing.
Well, if you couple the eyeball on the the Illuminati symbol, couple that with wearing some tinfoil on your head, you get the answer.
Oh my God, I totally forgot to do that. I meant to come down here with the damn cap of tinfoil. Yes. That would have been good.
Try tinfoil. It works wonders on things.
So I did put the link down in the comments if anybody's interested in coming up. I know everyone's clamoring to tell us about your favorite ones. I don't know.
Heather.
Hi, Heather. Hello, everybody. Hello, Derek. Derek, he says, I love the way you say Australian. What do you say? Australian? Australian? I don't know. I can't tell the difference.
Australia, mate.
Australia. I mean, Derek, don't tell me you don't have. Do you have like different accents within the country, right? I can't imagine.
Oh, yeah, they do.
Right? Oh, yeah, they do.
Yeah.
So, England has different accents.
Yeah, like you like in America, I like the way a lot. This girl from Oklahoma once told me when I was in basic training, I like the way you talk, and I'm like, all right, okay.
You get a lot of Kiwis in Australia, though. So
I love Kiwis. Like I know they're so annoying to peel though.
Have you had a Vegemite sandwich?
Vegemite sandwich? No, I can't say I have.
Mite sandwich? No, thank you.
No, Vegemite.
What's up, Eric? I see you on the Rumble. Guys, go over to Rumble.
So you know that song by Men at Work?
See a couple people
from the land down under.
From the land down under.
Yeah, that song. There's a phrase in there that talks about a Vegemite sandwich. Do you know what a Vegemite sandwich is?
No idea.
We're gonna make sure that you're correct from Derek here as soon as you tell us. Let's see.
Well, it's a spread that they use. It's unique to Australia, and it's like a thing in Australia. It's like a staple is the right word, but it's a thing in the culture.
Rules, huh?
That country. So, yep.
Okay.
From what I understand, it doesn't taste that good, but
alcohol brewing waste. Okay.
But it's a thing. It's a thing that they eat there.
I see.
I like fairy bread. Yeah. Fairy bread is freaking fabulous. Tim Tams. Tim Tams are amazing.
So, Jason, I got 2 spots to give away on my waffle. I'm thinking we get some action up in this house, get some shares and likes going, you guys. I'm going to, I don't want to do the hash. I don't want to do a hashtag. StreamYard, the giveaway tool is kind of buggy. I've seen it happen recently, and I'm like, we can't trust that. It literally dropped half the people, that had hashtagged. It just wasn't good. So I'm thinking of another way. I want to see if anybody could, and speaking of, I don't think I did the at followers. And,
Dango.
Yeah, there we go. I did mine at least, which it doesn't do anything anyway. But maybe we'll give away those 2 spots if you share and write in there, shared. Type in shared or something. Hit that like button and share, and I'll know by how many people are on the wheel with how many like buttons have been hit, I guess. And I'll do that wheel just kind of as we're hanging out talking. I got 2 spots on my waffle, and I want to push that hard because I just didn't have time to do it yesterday. Otherwise, I would have probably spun it already. So we're gonna just put that out, and also it's unlimited spots. The other thing is, I mean, there's hundreds of dollars of prizes. It's crazy. And then the other thing is, what I was doing is, if you want to pay the $5 to get into locals, if you're not a local subscriber, instead of paying it just for the ticket, then you actually will still get a spot in the waffle. So if you pay to be a $5 pro member, which gets you into game night and all that other stuff that I have going on. So think about that while we're hanging out here.
Okay, so Heather says she shared us out.
Share it, like it, and then just say so in the comments, and we'll put you on.
Heather definitely did.
Yes, ma'am. Got you on the wheel. So I'll just be doing that in the background, kind of as we hang out. If you guys want 2 spots, it's going to be 2 spots to 1 person, just because there's a lot of people that getting multiple spots. So I feel like, well, no, I mean, yeah, we'll split it up. We'll spin it twice to get 2 people, 1 spot. Why not? Pyramids, you think they're? Yeah, Derek. Okay, we'll get back in the topic there. I guess
Jenna says that the shared and liked and licked.
All right. Jenna, you'll have to help me with some of the shipping if you win.
I believe the one that really, and I'm sorry, I apologize, but Flat Earth.
That's part of the picture, the main picture. Did you see it?
Y'all, Flat Earth is one of the ones that I can't even get behind. I can't even listen to you guys talk about it. Like, there's so much proof.
Don't you guys me. I'm not in.
I'm not saying you, but in general, like, I love conspiracy theories. I love it. It's amazing. Yeah. But
the flat Earth is behind me, right? And then look at the donut Earth. Jason, look at the donut Earth. Do you like that one better?
Fuck it, hot dog Earth.
Yeah, I can't tell which one I like better, hot dog Earth or donut Earth. Bean loves it.
Here, Cullen, what do we got? Let's bring him up here.
Oh, sorry, got you.
You all right? Okay.
Blue beam. Cullen, come on up and talk about it, man.
All right. I've heard that one before. All right.
Link in the comments there if anyone wants to come up. 17
says, I love Fire in the Hole. Hello, Dolores.
Guys, share it out and hit the like button, and then tell me this in the comments. I'm going to put you on a wheel for a couple of spots in my waffle.
We got 16 people here right now. 15 of them are on Wayland the Indoor Farmers page. All you got to do is share us out, guys. Hit that like button. There should be freaking 17 people now. 17 people should be on this wheel right now, guys.
Militant, I see you and Eric over on the Rumble. We got 8 people watching on Rumble. Hell yeah, I'm going to pull a Rumble up actually on the screen.
Share us, like it. Let us know that you shared it out. We're going to go by the honor system here. Wayland can kind of see that it was shared out there. So
we'll be able to tell at least by the likes anyway.
Yep. There's 19 people here, 19 reactions. That's amazing.
Got to grease the wheels once in a while, I guess.
Oh, yeah, because at 4 minutes in, you said we're not giving away anything. At 7 minutes in, you said, hey, let's give away 2 spots.
You know what? I forgot I had those 2. I forgot I had that. Otherwise, I had nothing. I was like, I'm not going to do it.
He's sitting here. Please let me win something. Caroline Cooney. Share us out. Like the post. Let us know. Michael says share it as always.
Okay.
Valerie, definitely. I guarantee Valerie shared us out.
Yep. Got Val, got Michael.
Caroline. Dolores. Thank y'all. Brad. Just changed my locals to a $5 hair sub from $2. That's nice. Who just said that? Militant Minded?
Bro.
Militant Minded there on the chat. So appreciate that, Militant. That's awesome.
We got Sean Moore over there from YouTube to Rumble.
Okay.
From YouTube to Rumble. He doesn't use Facebook, but we got him from YouTube to Rumble.
That's got it. Hey, I mean, all the support helps everywhere. It doesn't matter what platform you're on, and I hear that we're live on Instagram tonight. So hello, anybody there from Instagram.
Yeah, we had Soil Focus Farm stop through, and it looks like Lexi Graves from Graves Art.
So Eric says I shared it out there. Appreciate that, Eric. We got you on the list.
Yeah,
you need me to take these names too, or you got it?
I got it. I just if you guys want to talk, I'd like to see if we can get some other people. Sorry, go ahead.
I got a paper here that if I need to or whatnot, so
I want to see if we can get some other folks to come up on screen and talk with us about any conspiracies that they know of. I want to hear ones that are been proven true, which is usually 6 months after one that's been called a conspiracy theory. But then,
are we able to go into the most recent or no? What do we?
I don't see why not. I'm going to look things up, though, too, on some of that stuff. Yep. If we want to Google some things and maybe kind of give a little bit of and if we want to. Go ahead.
I'm willing to go to that. I think it's fair, and I think it's been a long enough time that, we're adults here and we can share our experiences with it.
Or at least what we've heard about it, and maybe some of us can find out something new,
Yeah.
21 people here, 25 reactions. Okay, I think that's
Michelle Paris says I shared.
Michelle, thank you. Thank you. Michelle just got some spots in the waffle too. Thank you, Michelle.
Samuel Dean said I shared as well. Appreciate you guys sharing us out, guys. And hit that like button. We got 20 people in the building right now, 25 reactions. That's awesome. 18 of you guys are over at Wayland the Indoor Farmers page. All central location there. So give us some comments there in the chat. What's your biggest conspiracy theories? What do you hear most about? What do you believe most? What do you not believe?
What's up, Shane? Guys, if you're just coming in, if you share it out and hit the like button and then say this in the comments that you did, I will put you on a wheel to win one of 2 of the spots left for my waffle coming from Bobbert, Bobby's World Glass, Level Up Incorporated. He bought 2 spots to give away. So thank you.
What's up, Raymond?
Thanks, Samuel. Yeah, for sure. What's up, Raymond? Yeah. If anybody is interested to come up, we want to hear from you guys. You don't even have to really know of any. If you want to come up and hang out and listen and talk about what you think, that's what tonight's for. It's not just for another night to see me. I like to hear from you guys. This is the conspiracy. I've got 13 people already on Rumble. We've got
Shane said he's having trouble sharing it.
Shane, are you watching from Inside Vet Codes? We are in Vet Codes tonight for the second time. I am a part of Vet Codes now, guys, and I'm doing my live there on Tuesdays and Thursdays inside the group. So if you're a veteran, I want to keep putting that out as we get more people in here. If you're a veteran out there and you're not part of Vet Codes, you need to be. It's going to be a place where you can get more veteran giveaways and more awesome discounts from different sponsors, veterans only. So come check it out for sure.
Bean says he shared it.
All right, Bean, I got you.
I think Shane is trying to share it from my group, and I don't think he
that could be it.
From my group, he's going to have to go to.
I've never thought of that actually. Might be good to find that out. I didn't know if you could share it from the person that's linking it.
Yeah. No. Well, Yeah, I don't think so.
Guys over on Rumble, if you didn't know this already, the chat on the screen only refreshes when I move my mouse down to it on the bottom of my screen. So if you're wondering why your chat's not popping up, but definitely keep chatting over there. Don't worry, it will refresh every now and then when I remember to move my mouse. Where's this, Rose? I'm not sure what you're asking, but this is the People in the Boxes, episode number 74. Rose, we're going to talk about conspiracies. If you want to get in on a chance to get a spot in the waffle that I'm running, you can just share us and like the post, and then say that you did so in the comments, and we'll get you in on this. I see you, Terry. But yeah, so when you said recent, Jason, I'm guessing that you had something in mind.
A little bit, just a little bit.
Raymond wants to know about anyone knowing about who Graham Hancock is.
I do know Graham Hancock. I don't know what if you're talking about the biggest conspiracy of them all, meaning or theory, I guess you would still call it, because you guys realize there's a difference between conspiracy and conspiracy theory, right? Mm-hmm. But to your point about Graham Hancock, he talks a lot more about the full history of humankind, basically, more or less, how far back our actual written history goes. In not so many words, he's talking about more the archaeological and other connections that goes way deeper than that sentence, but mostly about the full history of what we actually know. I would say in a nutshell, right? But Jason wants to talk about a couple things, and I'm wondering. I feel like I want to guess. There's so many, I mean, there's a list that supposedly came out recently that isn't necessarily the list that we were expecting, and a lot of people were very, very what's the word here, where they were misunderstood that what was actually coming out. But it looks like there might be some good information on it. You might be talking about from the Island Boys, that were, from the Island people.
That's a pretty good one. That's a pretty good one there. If you want to start with that, go ahead. You seem to get a little bit of information on that.
Well, it's actually seeming to be allowed on a lot of the conversations on YouTube and such, because you can tell real quick on what an issue, whether or not the powers that be want to allow that to be talked about, whether or not you see it on YouTube or not. We got Mama Val in the house.
Did you get Shane on there? Shane Briggs liked and shared.
Oh, okay, I got you, bro. I got you.
Anybody new coming in, guys? Because we do have 28 people in the building still. Anybody new coming in, like and share. Let us know that you like and shared it, and we'll get you on the list for a chance to get a spot in Waylon's waffle.
Yeah, it's a waffle. There's about four different donations, one of which is about $400 or $500 worth of stuff coming from me, all to one person, a big bundle of stuff, like probably 10 pounds worth of stuff that's going to be going in that box. So I can't wait to use priority shipping there. Like, yes.
Send those tips for shipping, please.
Yes, that would be very nice if anybody decides to throw me stars. But if you want to tip me, really the Cash App, the PayPal's at the bottom of the screen, and also the tips on locals. You can tip on locals, which actually means that the cut goes to a company that I prefer versus the Foos books. Although you might be seeing a blue check here very soon.
Nice, trying to get certified here.
Well, I would be, but I didn't have a driver's license because a couple months ago I got my first speeding ticket in like 20 years. I could explain. It's the problem solved now, but it's really a timing and logistics issue on trying to grab my son in the morning, getting him to school.
In a hurry.
And well, no, I mean the issue is we live across a bridge from each other. And so you get at times where that bridge is bumper to bumper or block or stopped altogether. We're just literally stopped. And so, she's got to get to work. And so here I am trying to make up time. And there, I got caught. But there was a whole bunch of cars around me. I almost thought about fighting it. But, that's a conspiracy by itself. It costs you a lot more money to fight a ticket than it would, even if you're innocent, than it does most of the time for you just to pay it. You guys notice that?
Yeah.
Like that right there, that alone
I mean-
seems like a conspiracy. You should get something sort of like it should be like a not a bonus, but like you should feel like you won something for winning a case for being innocent. You know, it should be like, oh, don't have to pay nothing.
We got
Yep,
200 stars from
you know?
Bean.
Yeah.
Thank you, Bean.
Thank you, Bean.
We got 100 stars from Michael. Thank you, Michael Gray.
But you spent your time to fight it and your energy and your
I got you, Brenda.
everything.
That's that on top of it. Yeah, on top of the higher cost.
Yeah.
I want to say this real quick, guys. Nobody. I'm not. I don't think she's upset by it, but I just like to put it out there because I have the voice. Miss Brenda here, Brenda Breiler here, Terry's wife. They're a lovely couple, great people. Her name has an R at the end before the A, so it is not Brenda. It is Brendra. I like it because I have somewhat of an unusual name, and so I just want to, because I see it all the time. Because she's a awesome can of fam. She's all over the different lives and showing the love. And I'm like, you know what? Let me just drive that home real quick.
Good job, Waylon.
Yeah, hot wings. I see over on Rumble.
Brenda.
And I switch over looking at the Rumble, and all I see is hot wings from Militant Minded. All right, well, listen, I can pronounce hot wings too.
I like horror wings.
Those are a conspiracy too, aren't they? Hot wings
are interesting.
What about
I don't think
buffalo
it's
wings?
I think it's Popeye's chicken that's a conspiracy.
Yeah, buffalo got no wings.
Yeah, buffalo's got no wings, and we talk about buffalo wings. It's like, what?
Well, Red Bull gives you wings.
There you go.
There's another one. That's a conspiracy because I tell you what, it
No
makes you
Red
crash
Bull,
like
no
you,
wings.
it makes you crash like you lose your wings for sure.
Yeah.
So Raymond Dawson asked, do you really think they're really trying to change history right in front of our eyes?
100%.
That's the thing, Raymond. I believe that's something that is a constant. I think it's always been happening. There's always someone trying to adjust their own a narrative so that they can, what's the word? Like almost capture a portion of history. Like I want my legacy to be this for this amount of years, to come. And that's what a lot of more affluent, I don't know. I wouldn't just stop at the word rich, but more the people who are more ambitious, I guess. They want their face on Mount Rushmore. They want, their name on every toilet across the world, like the Johnson or whatever. Remember like the first toilet was like Johnson, or whatever is the John. That's right. It actually said John on it. It's like, yep. I want my name on every bathroom across the world.
Wasn't it
like there's people.
Crapper?
The Crapper, yeah.
Some dude named Crapper. I don't know.
You don't get the flat Earth rose. Yeah, we're going to get into that too for sure. We're hoping to get some more folks come up and hang out, talk about what their favorite ones are. But I do have this wheel going. If you guys haven't shared and hit the
Joe
like button.
Kelly shared us and liked us out.
All right, that will get you on the wheel for a couple of spots. 2 people will win a spot in the waffle. Let's play some. I don't know. I guess we're still in the winter. The fire was starting to get to me, but I'll just play it on a little lower.
So mine is I really the Mandela effect. It just it's a big one for me because I am born in the 80s, and that seems to be the main era right now that they are focusing on erasing and changing. It's to me, I think it's been proven that there's too many people that remember. There's too many people that have proof that certain things existed, that certain things happened. They have the physical evidence of it. They've seen certain people in one that I know of. I have family members that have personally met the dude that did Sweating to the Oldies or Dancing to the Oldies.
Richard Simmons.
Yes.
Hey.
They have pictures with him having a headband on. You know, they have pictures together. They're in photo albums that I've seen. And supposedly this guy never wore a headband one day in his life.
Yeah, bullshit.
Yeah, bullshit.
Wait, where do you hear that?
You always
Oh,
had
it's on there. Yeah, the wristbands, headbands, that he never had any of them on during any of the videos, that he never wore a headband at all in his whole life.
Bullshit.
And no,
Oh,
you know, you got Curious George. Curious George had a tail. This monkey had a motherfucking tail. He used to hang from the doorways and the door frames when the dude in the yellow hat was walking through the door.
Yeah.
You know,
what was he hanging from?
Yeah, there's certain things that we know that was there. You know, it is. There's so many of us that were truly there. So I believe it is a real conspiracy. I don't think it's a theory. I think it's a conspiracy. The Mandela effect, they are truly erasing history, seeing what they can train us to truly believe.
Right.
Well, not only that, but it happens naturally too. It happens by accident. I've heard it explained like this, where like they've got a whole room full of, like, before computers, they have a whole room full of, like, you know, files, right? And then when like one project is put aside or whatever, like say like the Manhattan Project or anything like crazy thing that we might think of, it's like they would never forget. It might sit in a room for so long that for the people that ran it or whatever are all dead, and the files are gone, or there's a fire or whatever, like all this stuff, like so knowledge can be lost, which is a scary thing, but also true, whether or not people did it on purpose or nefariously. So I'll play the devil's advocate on that one. What's up, Bean? We got Bean.
What's going on?
What's going on, Bean?
I like
Happy
this
New
topic.
Year, buddy.
Thought you might.
There's actually a theory behind the Mandela effect, that it was all that the whole time period that the Mandela effect is affecting is the time period when that large proton collider was created. And they say that it caused a ripple in time, which changed things in that time period. But it was like the early 90s when they turned that thing on. And like that's the time period when all the memory is a little foggy around these things.
Sean says, "Fruit of the
Loom,
a little
foggy around these things." What do you think about the Sinbad movie?
Oh,
did the Sinbad movie ever happen?
Never happened, guys.
No, it never happened.
Is that a conspiracy?
I talk about this all the time on my.
I don't understand. Are they saying that like Curious George never had a tail? And
yeah,
yes,
who's saying that shit?
And the Monopoly guy never had a monocle.
Who's saying that shit?
What was the more recent? There's certain songs, or "We Are the Champion" song. The last verse or the last sentence in that has just miraculously been changed.
Really?
I think it might be that like it's so far in the past and our memory plays tricks on us that we're conflating different characters and different things with one another. Like the Monopoly man having the monocle. I think that you're more thinking of Mr. Peanut because they both wore a top hat. They both had a cane. Like
that's probably
the memory is playing tricks on people.
I don't.
Well, not just that, but like I don't know. I'm not real familiar with it. I don't pay attention to a lot of conspiracies because honestly, I'm a science. I want facts and I want science behind stuff. So, and I'm not willing to entertain that things may happen that just haven't been scientifically proven. But I don't want to sit there and waste a bunch of brain energy on a bunch of what ifs. And, you know, I want to deal with what's in my life. But one of the things that does happen is over time, you know, like the Curious George, for example, that's a figure. You know, I read those books when I was a kid, and that's a figure that was an artistic creation by somebody at some point. I don't even know if the guy that created Curious George is still alive or not. But I mean, look at, you know, like Charles Schultz. is dead. He's been dead for a while, you know, and I don't know when the last time was that he created one of his, you know, characters before he passed away. But art changes over time. Art is interpreted. It's interpretive. And so, you know, and so you might have the original artist that created an image, but then you'll have somebody come along later in time and they'll recreate that image, but they'll do it through their vision of that image or whatever. And so the two may not.
Or even just redefine the image in their own without completely recreating it. Yeah.
Yeah, you know, it's their interpretation because art is interpretive.
That reminds me of the what came out about the moon. So supposedly there was footage from the moon, but there's also a recreation made from NBC or CBN or CBS or whatever that people conflate the two. And that's where they say there's a conspiracy because a lot of people say, oh, the flag is moving and stuff. And it's like, well, there was a recreation done that people are watching that and they're thinking that was supposedly what we count as the real foot. Anyway, so that's a really good way to muck it up. Is that new, Bean? You think that's new? The whole the NBC video or whatever? Because I don't remember hearing that until recently. I feel like
I didn't hear anything about it like back then. I mean, they probably tried to keep it under wraps, though, because if they recreated it, then it's going to put doubt in everybody's mind.
Yeah, but we do that now. We do we put it on the screen. We say this is a reenactment or whatever. Why? So you're saying? So are we saying that we think that they wanted to fake us out back then on purpose, or is the more plausible answer is that we never actually went and they that's why they made it up? I don't know. I don't know.
You got to think also they brought that footage back from the moon. The original footage was on film. It was on film. Film would have never made it through the radiation belt.
Can I say something?
You may.
What's in film?
So, from what I understand, and I'm not like an expert or anything in scientific kinds of stuff, but from what I understand, that the video or the picture of the flag flying on the moon is not possible, that was a recreation, that it's not possible because of gravity.
Well, actually, there is a little bit there, though. I've heard this explanation is that the flag might still be moving a little bit because it's still settling. They were thinking that it was from them moving the flag through the air and setting it down, and that the flag, that there is still there's
Can
light.
I just say?
Go ahead, Val.
I was there. I watched the original fucking thing on TV. The flag did not move.
Okay. All right.
No, it did not.
I love this. Okay.
They put a wire to keep it a flag, and that was wavy.
Yeah.
But the flag did not move.
So that must have been the recreation then. What's up, Smash? Yes. Anybody want to come up and talk conspiracies with us? Come on up here. Let's put it back in the link in the chat.
I was fucking there.
I think I have their opinion that we've never been to space.
We need somebody on the.
I think honestly, in my mind, I think that most of what we think we know about space is a bunch of educated guesses based on science that has been written over time and recreated. But I don't think we know as much as we think we know about outer space.
We also have lost a lot of stuff.
We don't know what we don't know.
There are theories on that we've lost the ability to go to the moon because they shelved that project in the 80s and
they lost that. Yeah,
they just kind of left it. It's in paperwork. The papers get they get
lost the ability to go to the moon, but Elon Musk can send a Tesla to Mars.
Right.
He didn't. I mean, I don't know if it got to Mars. I'm pretty sure it's just out there in the.
They forgot to digitize everything, so.
Yeah.
Well, we haven't had a reason to go to the moon. We already went there, and I don't know.
Well, there's been recent discussion about mining the moon.
Yes,
and colonizing.
That scares me.
But why are moon rocks illegal?
because they're NASA property.
Because they get you too high, man.
So NASA owns the moon.
Speaking of which, I'm gonna
Because
start
NASA
doing
owns the moon. Is that what
Cheers
it
to
like?
that.
What?
No, they brought them back to study them.
Right.
So
They
That's
had to
probably
have
the
a
same
reason.
reason that fossils are illegal to transport from one area to another.
Right. If it's scientifically
Well,
important,
fossils are a little bit different because they're prehistoric. I mean, moon rocks would be kind of probably this kind of similar, but moon rocks, it's more because they brought those things back to study. And I know when they brought them back, my dad worked on the Man in the Moon mission. He was an engineer and for one of the companies for NASA. And they brought those moon rocks back to study them, and they didn't know, like, when they were bringing them back, what kind of viruses or what kind of stuff. So, you know, you don't want anybody messing with that because you don't know what the fuck you're messing with, you know?
Yeah,
I just think
brought
it's
Venom
a
back.
wild
alien
idea
organisms.
to find the moon, the thing that controls the tides and all that, and like controls so much with this Earth, to change the weight and mass of it is.
It scares me. If they're going to start mining the moon,
Yeah.
Have
I
you
think it'd be
seen
more.
Go ahead.
It'd be more
That was
beneficial to. There's been years that they've been talking about harnessing an asteroid, which if they are able to harness an asteroid, it has more titanium on it than we can find in this whole planet. So it'd put like all metal to like costume jewelry value.
Yeah. Well, that and like it's not. I mean, it depends on the asteroid, but like they might find one that's all gold, you know, or like mostly or whatever, or rare minerals, and that's. I mean, the aspect of that just sort of it doesn't just. It actually would be a good thing because it would actually reverse inflation because everything would be like everything would have to be rethought.
Right.
Everything would have to be completely like redone.
The values.
Have you guys heard the whole theory of the moon? Why there's so many craters on the moon that we can visibly see is because the moon dust and rocks are actually just a thin outer shell around a spaceship, the one that we came here in. And there actually was a movie about this from this theory, Moonfall, I think it was, where the moon started to lose orbit. And they found out that it was actually a giant machine that was since it was there for so long, it was covered with like, you know, dust and rocks from meteors and everything that's just constantly hitting our atmosphere anyway. And it just sort of started to create its own, like, you know, spherical. It's an interesting theory. I mean, because, you know, the whole thought of like we came here from somewhere else that some people think, and you can still believe in God, and people get these things mixed up. Like sometimes religious folks will get really upset. It's like you could believe that God created whatever the places we came from, and then we send it up here at some point, you know, Galactica style or whatever. You can still believe in layers of things combined. And in my case, I think reincarnation is another way to think of the recycling of energy, or you know, the universe doesn't waste energy. Energy doesn't get destroyed, right? It gets converted, right? So to me, that's really all that happens. Really, I think, you know, waste not, want not. So when our energies are, you know, so what did you say? Our original moon camera dude is still stuck on the moon. Wait, come back.
Smash.
That's funny.
kind of like the guy from, what was the one from Mars? The one with
Matt Damon.
Damon?
The poop potatoes or whatever.
Yeah.
I'll be right back.
Yummy.
After these messages, we'll be right back. Yeah, no messages tonight. I shared out to a bunch of groups and stuff, so I'm trying to keep it kosher for the groups, in case anybody wants to complain about me promoting anything in particular besides myself and my waffle, and anyone else on screen.
Don't even worry about it.
Well, it's one of those things. Like if I start to share out a little bit more and get out to more groups and things, I want to be respectful, because I know when I'm just covered in logos and then talking about other people's groups, it can be off-putting, and I understand that. I have this group that I'm in that I don't share my podcast to, but it's called the Garden Cartel, It's actually a really cool group for growers and gardeners. Not really a cannabis growing group. It's just for anything. Anyway, cheers, everybody. Doing a little dab, medicinal intake. If anyone else wants to come up, let us know. We'll give you the link. And if you share this out, hit the like button. Let me know in the comments. I'll put you on the wheel for 2 spots in the waffle. Cheers.
That's right, Sean or Shane or whoever that is. If nobody ever asked, what if, we wouldn't know anything.
What if what?
If no one asked, what if?
Not saying bud cannot happen, but you guys are talking. Okay, talking grow in the comments. I got you. I always like that. Talking about their grows. Do we think that there is?
Oh, thank you, Colin.
Do we think that there's a conspiracy with our food, or do we think
You're
more
right.
likely that it's just over the years, people a lot of times take the easiest way out or the quickest way to profit or whatever you might want to put it at, and our companies that grow on a massive scale have cut corners enough, I mean, because a lot of people want to go straight to, our food's being poisoned because they want to kill us. I know people like that. I'm like, look, there's a lot more efficient ways. I think if they really truly needed to get rid of some people, I don't think that's the case. I think there is a possibility that between our food and our pharmaceutical companies and our health system, there is a sort of maybe not planned, but overall beneficial to all parties, a system set up to where we're sort of become lifetime customers of the system. What's up, Samuel?
Hey, I don't look like the camera's pulling in yet.
I see you now.
Is it showing up now? Okay.
Yeah.
Cool. What's up, guys?
Hey.
Oh man, Happy New Year.
Yes, Happy New Year, everybody.
Let me make sure you guys say something in the comments. If you've shared and liked the video, we'll get you on the wheel. I think I got you already, Samuel. I got Val, Bean. Sean over on the Rumble says, why do we find out if no one asked the what if? Oh, that's what you already talked about earlier. Okay. Yeah, that's true. 17 over on the Rumble, man. I tell you what, like the difference in energy like that you have to put in to get the same number on Facebook, it's just insane. And that's not a conspiracy theory. That is a literal conspiracy.
Brad and Dolores.
Brad
So
and Dolores.
I have a question to ask because it drives me crazy. So if there is a conspiracy by our government or by the 1% or by whoever,
An actual conspiracy, right? Not a theory. Okay.
to poison our food, what is the motivation for poisoning people? Why are they trying to kill everybody off?
If I was to be on, the devil's advocate, I would say most likely to not to kill everyone off, but to keep the population to a certain level, and that they want to reduce the population for some reason or another. But to be honest, if you look at, like, say, Elon Musk, for example, he looks at it more truthfully, and we actually need to increase the population if we plan to do all these big, amazing things that he's talking about, and Bezos and all these different. There's lots of companies actually that deal with rockets and other things in space, and it's like if they actually know the truth is that if we want to do all that stuff, we need more people, not less. But then there's the theory that Bill Gates and other such people, the Klaus Schwab and whatnot, they want to control us to the point where they can reduce our population. And I don't know, that's how the theory goes, but I don't know why. What's the reasoning? Because they want like robots to replace us or something. I don't know. I don't know how that theory goes. Well, we can look it up here and actually get into it from Google's perspective. Google's not going to give us that many
Well, you could
Well,
take like a.
here's where I have a problem with that. Okay. If they were going to control any population, they would need to control the population in India and China, because those are the two biggest populations in the world.
Right.
Well, they're controlled more by like the direct authoritarian version.
China is. India is not, but China is.
I don't know much about India's governance. I'll be honest, but I just kind of
they have a prime minister. Don't
they still cut your hand off if you steal in India?
In certain providences, yeah.
Depends where you are, yeah.
Yeah,
like that would probably keep those.
Mm-hmm.
Those, you know,
there's still a lot of street law.
The thing is that it doesn't matter. Population control is population control. So if you're going to control the population
of the whole planet,
controlling
right?
the population so that you can cull it, then you'd want to start, you'd want to make sure that you hit those big countries, and they're not doing that.
Right.
So that's why, like, all these stupid conspiracy theories, like, they don't make sense to me, because, what population are they trying to control? Or is it a new world order kind of a thing?
Well, I would say the West, because when we look at what has happened with America specifically, this whole illusion of a governance for the people, by the people, right? This whole illusion that has happened in the last few hundred years, they've created all these other avenues of control that leave that illusion. And similar to how China has, they've softened the stick and given a little more of the carrot. But the thing with China is they have a very hard outer shell, meaning nobody gets in or out without their approval. Nobody is allowed to even have a business without their approval. But if you do everything within those parameters, similar to Facebook, if you jump through the hoops that they say, after that, you're actually pretty free. There actually is a kind of thriving free economy within the gushy core of China right now. But as long as you mouth to boot, are taking care of business when it comes to the daddy government. Over on our side, it's become a more like back-ended, soft tyranny that's become another way of control. Now, to your point, Kim, I don't think they're actually controlling the whole world in that aspect. But when you look at the World Economic Forum, which is no conspiracy, but more like just a really effed up organization, the conspiracy would be that they are, secretly through policies through the whole world are trying to lower our population. Klaus Schwab being the leader of the World Economic Forum. Now, that doesn't mean, a lot of people will say, will push back, say, oh, he's not in control of any governments or anything. Yes, but he's sort of a gatekeeper of the club. That's what happens. So there is a big conspiracy theory behind all of that for sure, and I don't like it. With the whole with medicine and food both being so controlled, where we are literally being raided on some farms that are not, like, I always bring this up, but the one farm that was raided because they were found out to be drinking non-pasteurized milk or whatever, it was like against a religion, or there was some religious reason that they decided not to, and they, like, the FBI comes in and raids them. It's like, come on, like, why? What's wrong with the food? But they just, that to me screams conspiracy. It's just plastic. This plastic conspiracy, Rose.
Well, take
chemical. That's a bad one.
A huge conspiracy theory is PFAS, forever materials.
That's what Rose.
Yeah, she was talking about that. Yeah, that's terrible. Like 3M and like who was it? Oh, Fruit of the Loom. To touch on one you guys talked about, that Fruit of the Loom one has something to do with that, and 3M and that whole mass productions of plastics and petroleum-based products that they created in the industrial complex revolution. I mean, that's a huge thing that people don't understand. We all have PFAS in our body now. Every American, almost every person on the planet does, I believe, at this point.
Is that why I pee fast?
But was it a conspiracy to infect everybody with this?
Well, the thing is,
a consequence of saying, "Oh, look at what we've developed, this wonderful stuff," and promoting it out there.
It's a
and everybody
consequence. It's a
buys it.
consequence of production and capitalism.
Well, okay.
Capitalism being
I
the fact
think
that they
a lot
can
of things
produce.
are consequences of stuff.
Well, it's a
me,
consequence of
conspiracy-
capitalism where they can mass produce things to such a bulk variety to where you get these companies making things that are not kosher with the environment they're in.
Yeah.
Let
So
me
you take a huge industrial complex and plant it right in the middle of a beautiful field. What's the field going to turn into?
Well,
Right,
let me stop you there, because we all think that it's real easy to how do I put this? It's real easy to have to blame the people who make the mistakes, and as far as like the big companies that will pollute or whatever. But just imagine trying to turn that around on a dime. So what I still blame is that they find out a lot of times somewhere midway within the problem, and they decide to keep going, because if we shut off now, we're ass out. That's the part that I think is evil. So
Yeah.
to your point, Samuel, yes, like it's definitely an accident. It's probably not done on purpose, is my guess. But sorry, continue. But like that's I just hate to say that they're fully at fault, but at the same time, they most of the time found out before the end, like before.
Well, take crime in that instance. Is crime a conspiracy of the world in that instance? Why should, if I do the same thing, I'm going to get stoned and thrown in a cage and locked away forever, but these companies can do it and not name people and get away with it? There's no crime there. Yeah. It's crime of money. The only crime is they have to pay money. That's not a crime punishment. You know what I mean? Everything's bought and paid for. Crime's just a facade in America.
I mean, it's similar to the fact that we're not really. I heard recently this phrase: "We're not really a country of laws. We're a country of culture. Whatever is culturally acceptable is what gets enforced or not." So jaywalking is a pretty good example. Like there's rare cases where you get messed with for jaywalking nowadays.
Depends where you are.
Well,
look at the culture that we live in.
There are definitely cultural shifts.
Yeah,
and the will of the people
that changes whether or not they even enforce the law sometimes.
Yeah, I mean there are things, because like if you have a law on the books and it's not being supported anywhere, it's just like there's a court case out of Georgia. Georgia, there was a county in Georgia that had on their books that sodomy was illegal, and it was punishable by I don't know, imprisonment or whatever, and it had never been enforced until one day they raided the house of a gay couple, and it went all the way up to the Supreme Court, and it got struck down. It got struck down because the law is not enforceable. It's like the only way you're going to be able to enforce that law is if you know that there's a gay couple in there performing sodomy on each other.
Well, similar to why it's. I mean, if you look at their straight laws, like you're not allowed. Some places you're only allowed to have intercourse in missionary position, stuff like that. Like,
certain counties have certain bills.
Government needs to stay out of the bedroom.
Well,
then governments get forced guard the borders.
You get these crazy little counties and little places, and it's like.
It all should be that way. Everything should be controlled on a local legislator. It shouldn't be anything bigger than statewide.
I disagree with that.
Well, Jason wanted to talk about some of the more recent ones,
but not in everything. Not in as much as they're into now.
Some of the recent ones are about stuff like that, guys. Like, we've started to allow a lot more differences in the state laws that vary pretty hardcore amongst several major issues. Some of those being cannabis, abortion, guns rights, and states are right next to each other. And one state will say, yes to it. The other state will say no. And then you've got this interstate situation where people are traveling back and forth. And that's coming up a lot of times, a lot recently, I should say. and that's I don't know. I guess I don't know if that's fully a conspiracy, but it's like that's one way to continue pushing that wedge in, right? Is to continue pushing the states to separate their laws and everything. Cheers, everybody! Cheers.
Well, conspiracy is a sinister thing. It's, to me, like there's like a level of sinister behavior behind a conspiracy. It's kind of like superstition, and even if you look up the definition of it, it's got like with the intent to break laws or something along those lines.
Yeah, we should look up that to show everybody here.
I think there's a lot of superstition that is afoot. One of the things that saddens me is that hundreds of years we've spent trying to follow the principles of the scientific revolution, and getting rid of then stuff that's not factually based, and relying instead on conjecture and non-factual kinds of stuff. And not to say that non-factual stuff, that there's not something there to it, but if you're going to make a claim, you need to be able to back it up before you go out there.
That's the problem, though, Kim. That's the problem. Is right now facts are so much more subjective.
Oh, I know. Everybody.
And it's like, how do you rein that in, really? The way I do it is if we're talking about something that I can't prove, then I try to at least mention that. It's like, hey, we can have the conversation, but what we can say, we can. Hey, can you try to mute that, brother?
Oh, is it not muted?
No.
No. Let me see where it must be pulling off the webcam. My bad.
Okay. Just knowing that you were planning to do that, though, that's good.
Yeah, I tried to mute it, but it didn't work.
It was like full on. I'm glad you didn't rip one too at the same time. I mean, a fart, to be clear.
Yeah.
So I don't even know where I was. Eric says, "Have you heard about Purina putting something in their feed to keep chickens from laying eggs?"
Look at Ashley's response on your page.
Yes, Sean. That's why I didn't even use the term theory in there. I just said conspiracies. Smashley says what? Smashley says what? I don't see it. Does it
don't see it
back
either.
a little bit?
Yeah.
Responding to Rumble comments. Yes. Fucking lost so many damn eggs because of that. Switched food and they started laying like they never have before. Huh.
Well, is that a conspiracy, or is that just like they made a formulary change? Or
well, hold on though. That's the issue.
Why would they do that?
Okay, conspiracy, a noun, a secret plan by a group to do something unlawful or harmful. So I would say it was secret because, it's not labeled as such, and I doubt that they wanted that to be the case. Oh, hi.
But it still technically would be a theory because it's not proven.
Is it just the reworking of what the chicken's digestional tract needs? You know what I mean? Is it just an evolutional thing they have to do every once in a while, right?
But see, the feed company should know that.
Right.
Know what all is required.
Is that why they changed it? Is what I'm saying.
Do you think they plotted that on purpose? That if they did it on purpose, that would be interesting.
Is it a market ploy to get them to put more money into a new product that's just rebranded with their own stuff?
It's so hard to find good pet food, man. It's so hard to find something that's reliable. And so my mom, which I need to start doing, is just cooking rice and like whole chicken breast or whatever, and just cutting that up and putting it in containers, and then throughout the week I can spread it out and give that to my dogs, and other such like whole ingredients that are clean and fresh, no salt and pepper added, stuff like that. Maybe a little butter, cooked in butter or whatever, but that's the thing. But that just takes time, I feel like, and maybe it's not that bad, but I should just give it a shot. Guys, I just want to put it out there one more time. If you haven't yet, if you haven't told me yet, if you share and like the video, you get put in on this wheel here. And I guess I'll pull up the wheel.
And that's on your Facebook stream. Or are you doing that everywhere?
I mean, if you're going to share the Rumble stream, I'll do that.
Oh, I didn't know. I was just curious.
Right, Ashley.
They got viewers everywhere.
For sure. Smashley, I don't think I have you on here. I'm guessing you probably did. I eat it. I'm not sure what you mean there, Derek, but probably.
He was replying to Elisa.
She says, "Oh, and don't forget them trying to blame eggs for with heart issues, even though it was the vax. Oh, the eggs, yeah. Well, I mean that's not even that recent. But Jason, I know you had some thoughts on different recent ones. The one that I had alluded to, I think we got off topic, but was the Epstein file list that came out. Now, this was not a list of people that went to the island, but a list of any person that was named for any reason at all within the deposition.
Right.
So that's what people are getting wrong about that. So if anybody's was paying attention to that, the issue is the you're on where, Brad? I'm not sure what you mean. I shared and liked. Dolores, I got you on there already. Thank you. Rose, let me make sure I got you on there.
Brad wants to know if you got it on the list.
Yes, Brad, you're on the list. Rose, if you shared and liked, I'll get you on the list. We're just trying to get some. We got 2 spots to give away to my waffle. If anybody wants to get in on the waffle, guys, it's $5 a spot. And you also can join locals for that $5 instead and still get in on the waffle for 1 spot. Hi, Jenny. Jenny, share and like the video. Put that in the comments, and I'll get you in on this wheel.
Does anybody else feel like they presented the names on the list so every media could brand Donald Trump on the front page of their head because he was named in the trial, even though he wasn't on the list? That allowed the media to name him first in the trial.
Did they do that?
And
is that what happened?
Put his name together with the trial in the media first, so that way from here on out, he's going to be associated with that list in the media.
Well,
in most people's
I heard
head.
that's what the plan was, but I did not hear the list come out. Is that what happened?
No, I don't
Did
think
they
the
actually
list
do
has
that.
come out. They've trickled some names, but they put
Okay.
Donald Trump as one of the first names on.
That's
that
the
list.
theory right now.
Yeah.
Is that if they could find a way to connect it to him, then clearly they could just use that like forever.
Why wouldn't they just come out with a true list instead of this smoke and mirrors list? It's not smoke and mirrors, but it's obviously, you know what I mean. But to most people that don't keep up on the news 100% to read into it, most people are just going to read that Donald Trump was on the list.
Well,
Hey,
I
Chuck.
was watching the news this morning. It wasn't just Donald Trump. Bill Clinton was. It was Donald Trump, Bill Clinton, and Michael Jackson, and there were several people that they named. It wasn't just Trump in singularity. Now there might have been
But he was on there.
media outlets that took it and ran with Donald Trump because
I-
Not
Bill
to degrade
Clinton
the other people, but his name's the only one that
Michael
really
Jackson
matters
is
on the
dead.
list. You know?
So like the only one that's got any kind of treadwear for that would be Donald Trump.
Right.
Yeah, I think it's just a ploy for them to put language and manipulate. You know, it's just all
Actually, I'm
about
just gonna put you on the
language.
list. Rose, I'm gonna got you on the list too. Just share it out, and like the video. I'm sure you did already though. So
From what I'm hearing right now, you don't want to be on the list.
Yeah.
this is a different list, I guess.
You
Yeah,
know,
guys, you're
my
getting.
shit list.
That's funny. Yeah, you don't want to be on the screen right now. No, I mean this is all stuff that it's stuff that's being allowed to be talked about on YouTube, which is funny because you're now seeing a lot of the media sort of switching their tune on it, but that's because they're being given certain things to to go to, like these certain names that are coming out. And so you guys, I'm somebody that is the term politico means somebody who just watches and pays attention. Now, it doesn't mean that I know everything. It just means I have like some eye on what's happening politically. And the media is so funny, man. Like the way that they will pivot and the things that they'll focus on purpose in order to distract, you know. Like
we have an episode too where it depends on where your media source is from too. Because each media source is going to be a different head title, a different thing, depends on what political party they're pushing.
That's why I watch different angles from different types. Yeah. And that's what I find is like you can really find which one seems like more like bullshit if you're watching both or all three or four. I'll watch some Jimmy Dore out there. You guys know who Jimmy Dore is? He's fun. What's up, Jimmy Mead?
Well, I'll tell you one thing. Everybody looks at the presidents and the politicians like they're going to be some kind of savior and they're going to save us from all this evil. I'll tell you what, none of them are. They're all out for their own good. Whether it's Trump, Biden, they're all out for their own good. None of them are going into that White House and saving any of us.
Yeah, no, I would never. If you really want to feel like you're making more of a difference for yourself, is get into your local elections more, and your school board and your different people locally, and like we got Master Rochi and Crow Fam is running for office locally.
Nice.
Crazy. But yeah, stuff like that. That's where you really can.
Yeah, vote for policy. Don't vote for people.
That too. Yep.
Some can at least slow the Chinese takeover.
I think you should give it a spin. Give one of them a spin.
You think?
Make somebody smile real quick.
I guess. Share it out. Hit the like button. Let me know.
20 minutes in, I guess.
You're right.
Keeping everybody on the edge of their seat.
Yeah,
I've had
the waffle out forever, and I haven't even gotten to the halfway point of it. So I guess we'll just give it all away. Merry Christmas. Oh, never mind. That's not for me.
Should have had it spinning the whole time.
Cheers.
The wheel's going to spin for an hour.
I mean, it is spinning. It has been. Well, I didn't have it on the screen until now. All right. You can give one of these away now.
Joe, you give your own to Elisa. We don't need to do that shit.
There's at least one more. We got 19. We got 20 people over on the Rumble. What's up, Rumblers?
20 people on Facebook, too. 39 reactions.
That's what I'm saying. Double the people on Rumble when I have 316 followers versus thousands on Facebook. So it's interesting, And I pointed out all the time. I don't know why people aren't just rushing over there. Like the amount of work you have to do. You have to give things away. You have to ask them to like, share, follow, get their cousin, talk to their sister's friends, priest's dog, and get everybody in here like that. You have to ask for so much more on Facebook. It's insane. Oh, Brad or Dolores, I think, or maybe even Rose.
Spoke too soon. No.
Oh, Rose. It's got to be.
You got two roses on there, or just one?
Just one.
Yeah,
you should have Rose Thorn and Rose Bud.
There's two roses in here.
Rose Thorn and Rose Booza.
We don't want. Did they both say?
Yes, they did.
Either one of them said that they had shared.
Yes, they did. Yep, they were right. The list's a conspiracy.
I don't see it.
You don't see what?
I don't see either one of them. I shared
You're smoking bozos.
way back in the beginning, maybe, possibly.
No, it's right. I'll find it. I got you. But you can decide who that's going to be right there. You can decide
Well,
which one
that
you're going to
was
give it
the
to.
Rose
Put them
Thorn.
both on another wheel.
But yeah, we're spinning
Here's
the
this
wheel
one
again.
right here.
We're spinning the wheel again.
So there's that one right there from Rose Thorn.
So Rose Thorn, that was who that was for.
And that was minted way long ago.
I didn't see Rose, but
Sorry,
nope.
Rose. Other Rose.
Yeah, I think Rose Thorn was the only one.
Anyway, anybody else that wants to get in on this, let me know, because there's plenty. Anybody, there's ultimate or unlimited spots. Ultimate spots.
When do you plan on spinning for the waffle?
I don't know. I was gonna do it yesterday, but I just never got to it really, and I don't think it really works out during my show. So I guess since I'm off after this, we'll probably do it tomorrow then, or maybe I can do it after this. We can shut down. I don't know. It could be done tonight, even if I wanted. But
I just sent for 3 more.
you sent what?
I sent for 3.
3 more. Okay, you're already on, so that will give you 7 total. I put Rose on for this next spin. So there's a bunch of other ones that are recent for sure. What's the last name? Sorry, Rose. Booza.
What?
And then we're going to shuffle that. Okay. There we go. There's still one more to give away. Guys, if you haven't got on the list already, on the wheel, should say wheel, that's probably better, right? We're talking about the list. Yeah,
Waylon, do you have your fireplace going?
I do.
Okay, because somebody's saying that it sounds like somebody's cooking something.
Doesn't it make you feel cozy?
I
Think
don't
it
know.
would.
Rose Thorn says, so what just happened?
Rose, you won a spot in the waffle. So the waffle that I was running for seems like ever now. I was able to just not pay my power bill, and so I could hold off on the waffle a little bit longer. I made decisions. But they also, if you guys are out there, if you're disabled at all or disabled veteran, you can go through your power company. A lot of times during this part of the year, they do different programs and such. So I'm actually having them come out to do an efficiency check, where they check out different things in the house, and that's good because it will help me find like anything that's like, obviously costing me efficiency or money. So I can't wait for that. Sending for another one, Michael Gray. Okay, I'll have to catch all those up here. I know Smashley got a couple as well. That's gonna pull me away, but I might as well here.
I don't know.
So one more time.
I was typing my comments. That's it, you said.
How do I share, Rose? If you're watching from inside Vet Codes, you can't share from in there. But if you share my page, you just share to, what would be preferred is like your main. Just share it like a normal post, or if you want to share it to your story or some group or something, or tag a few people. We're just trying to get it out there a little bit, and hit the like button if you could. Appreciate that. Let's see. Let me go back a little bit. Make sure I caught everybody. So Bean, I added yours already. Okay. It's Michael Gray added. You said you gave me enough for one more spot, Michael. Oh, for another spot, you said. I thought for some reason you said 2. So that's 3 for Michael. Just shared Rose. Okay, I got you on the list already. Cool. Drowning Yoda, Shane. Okay. Metachlorians. That's a conspiracy. Doesn't recognize group shares. What doesn't recognize? I don't. What's that?
I'm sorry. Never mind.
I was going to say I don't think you can share it from vet codes. I believe it's a private group. Yep. Oh, the badge. Yeah, I'm not even looking at the badge. I'm just kind of looking at the like button. As long as you hit the like button and at least say that you shared, I hope you could share to at least somewhere. But otherwise, that kind of was my gauge. But yeah, that damn badge kind of. I didn't figure it out enough when I tried it the last time, so we just.
You get Jenny Whalen?
Jenny, I did not. Thanks, Jenny.
What badge?
You actually get a little badge on your name in the chat after you share it.
Oh. Oh, yeah.
Hope it goes well, though. Thanks, Shane.
It shows up.
Oh, I see what you're saying, Shane. The me with the efficiency check. They're gonna look at my lights. I've already thought about that, and I'm gonna push back on that. If they say some crap about how, look, you got these grow lights running, I'm gonna say no, bullshit. You can still see the difference on certain things and find, like, because they can check the the windows for drafts. There's different things they can still check.
Right.
That don't have anything to do with how much electricity I'm using per se. But yeah, you're right, man. I was like, I'm all ready for that. I'm like, oh, you're gonna come at me for these grow lights? I bet you are, because I really don't have that many grow lights going.
It's your business.
That's true. It's just not. It's not.
And it's your business.
I'm making it all that much money. But by the way, if you guys want to pay for a spot in the waffle, but do it through locals and get in as a locals member, a pro member, for $5, that also gets you in the private chat, gets you all the perks, it allows you to play a game night and win on screen in order to be the champion. You got Christian Vaughn, who's played 3 times in a row now and won. He's going to be playing his 4th time in a row. If he wins this next weekend, he wins a Grow Fan box. And, let's just face it, he'll probably win it anyway, because if one other person wins, he still gets 3 chances versus the one.
Right.
Because one. So he'll probably still win it. But
well, you never know, though.
Yeah, you do never. Yeah, that's very true. Very true. So
your boy Weeds on the list.
Okay, I got you, Leslie. Thanks,
Leslie.
My phone's at 15%, so I got a little bit, and then it's going to be out of here for me.
Okay. Well, Jason, do you have any others that you want to talk about?
I think we pretty much nailed it. My main one was the Mandela effect. That was the main one. There's a lot of stuff coming out about COVID recently that would just, don't want to ruffle too many feathers. So
why do this? We got 30 people in the house. Let's ruffle the feathers.
Let's do it. Let's ruffle them.
Charlene, share the video.
Charlene.
Like the video, and I'll get you on this wheel for a spot in my waffle. And Charlene, to your point, Charlene had mentioned early on when I was doing the waffle, why not split it up to multiple winners? Now the main winner is still getting that big pack, but we've also got multiple donations going in after that. So there's 3 or 4 other winners coming in after the main winner. So yes, you can get multiple wins. And let's just say one of those is going to be a delicious pack of medicinal goodness. So
baby Waylon is here.
sorry, niece called updated with Lady Waylon. I'm sorry.
Baby Waylon.
Okay, baby Waylon.
Isn't that the one they're going to name Waylon? No,
Nope. That's what they're naming the baby. Oh, I feel flattered because I know it's
because after you,
I could be wrong.
Hey,
What's the baby's name, Heather?
Kasia, come on up and talk conspiracies with us. Jason's about to leave. We believe that is a conspiracy.
Kasia.
Share the video, hit the like button, and tag 1,500 of your closest friends. I thought about doing this is like putting a banner and say giving away $17,000 when we get 1,700 likes, something like that.
He is naming him Waylon.
It is a baby Waylon. I knew I remember that.
Do you think that's possible? 1,700 likes. I'd be like, I didn't really mean it.
Yeah, I say that should be the one you didn't want it to.
I'll be like, okay, here's the $17,000 right here, guys. I
said dinar.
It's got Saddam Hussein's face right on it, right here.
There you go.
Another dead president.
I have a bit of a stutter. I didn't say dollar. I said dinar.
Well, that's a conspiracy right there, Jason. Is that that we placed that guy in power? The U.S. has been.
We placed a lot of people in power.
Something that's talked about all the time on the debate stage and elsewhere now, that we have these forever wars, they call them, where we constantly have this sort of creation of this churning machine of war, and on purpose to keep our complex going and keep the dollars rolling. And we also give money to other countries on purpose so that they will spend it, because that keeps the dollar relevant.
How do the drugs get back on the street? We can't make them that fast. They get them put back on the fucking street.
They sell them. They make more money. Hi, Kasia.
They're not getting destroyed.
You think of it, look at the past 10, 20 years. All of the countries that the U.S. has gone to war with, countries that we don't own their mony, that they have
showed us
independent economy.
They showed us in the Avengers movies, the Tony Stark weaponry getting sold to all these other countries and blowing up this and killing that. That's us. We're selling all these countries all this other stuff. We're selling all these countries all of this, all of that. We're keeping the wars going.
Us and Russia.
It's all about that money. We know exactly what we're doing. We're putting whoever we want in power over there, so we can keep making as much money as we possibly need. Well, in the long run, it's a business.
And not even just war, but we're giving money out for $10 million for Pakistani gender studies, and that's not only a payoff, but also a circulation of our dollar, so that it's a thing that's being used.
They're not hiding it anymore. They're just showing us in different ways now. We just got to look for the way that they show us, because then they're not lying about it. They just didn't tell us about it.
Valerie, I don't know if I got you just sent me for 4. Make sure I got those. Yeah, I got those already.
39 people in the building. Cheers, everybody.
Cheers.
Guys, if you're just getting in the building, if you share the video and like the video and say so in the comments there, I'm going to put you on the wheel to win another spot in the waffle. If you want to jump in the waffle, it's $5 a spot, unlimited. And there's over $800 worth of goodies in this, going to at least 4 different winners. Divide it up.
Shane
That's awesome.
Briggs, the military always leaves a lot of weaponry behind. It's too
Always.
expensive to pull it out,
Always.
and that's
Yeah,
always
not-
been the thing.
Not on that scale.
Yeah,
You
this
know
one
what's
was-
sad is I probably touched 80% of the Humvees that went over there. I up armored them. I spent 2 months cutting and applying ballistic steel to Humvees in Iraq when I got there. All that for nothing.
I'm saying, Brad. Yeah, like
It's your fault.
that.
No, I was doing my due diligence. Is all. I was just doing my job was my part, but
Yeah.
The Afghanistan
just-
pullout is terrible.
Yeah.
it was atrocious.
Most
All right,
bull-
everybody. Have a wonderful evening, guys. 45 people in the house. I hate to leave, but my battery is at 5%, and it's going to go real quick. So, great seeing everybody. Appreciate each and every one of you guys. Make sure to go follow everybody on screen.
Thanks, Jason.
Bye, Jason.
Love you,
Bye.
Jason.
Thanks, bro. All right. Yeah, 42710 family. Shouts out to Jason. Guys, 44 people in the house. That is awesome. Hit that like button and share it out. Say that you did so in the comments. Oh, that's because we got the fire and the whole crew coming in strong, coming in hot. Jump in on the waffle if you want to as well. $5 a spot, unlimited. Send it to my Cash App. Or if you want to join locals for that $5, you can get in as a pro member. Jump in on game night, win all the prizes, do all the other good stuff, but also get a spot in the waffle. Kasia, how are you? What's up?
Pretty good. How are you?
Pretty good.
How's everyone?
Good,
Good,
good.
good.
Well, we're getting in.
Yeah.
We've gone into some deep things already. I mean, the Epstein, list, and like I'm pretty sure. And isn't it funny that no one even argues? Like, does anyone have a friend that argues? No, man. So he killed himself, man. No one argues. Like, isn't there funny things out there that we sort of just, as a whole, almost undoubtedly like assume.
There
You know,
are
what are some of those things like the moon landing is not one. I believe that you would say maybe the flat Earth people is a very, very small percentage, but I guess that's kind of growing. So I don't know if you would call that a fully one of these things where we just assume, kind of like we assume government corruption, we assume pedophilia in the government now. We assume pedophilia in the government now. That's just a sort of a given.
Well, I mean, with the whole assuming thing, right back to the Epstein Island, is that we assume that just because those names are on that list, they partake in pedophilia. Like,
right.
when it could have been business meetings.
Association.
They're all really wealthy, powerful people. It could have been business meetings, or even just to get their name on that list, just to get them there, so that even if they didn't do nothing, now you got something over them. But
You want to know a list that's already been out? That's just as sad, if not sadder, than the Epstein list is the Southern Baptist Church, I believe it was. Don't quote me on the church. It's a Baptist church. I believe it was a Southern convict of it. But they released the names of, I don't know, for lack of a better term, employees from top down. Anyone, any name involved in either a reported or known case of sexual assault or some degree of assault. The list was not only 208 names long, it was 208 pages long. Just from one Baptist convict. 208 pages long. That's already in the public.
I feel like the longer the organization has been around, the more it's rampant. You know,
yeah,
that's crazy.
I mean, the Catholic Church's whole job now is just to cover it up.
The Catholic Church has been covering up shit for fucking
Forever.
a long time.
Who said
Since
that?
at least the 12 or 1400s.
Where is he?
Sorry.
He's on my screen, off to the
I don't
side.
see any mouths moving.
I got it. I got you, bro. I got you.
Yeah, they
I got
there's a
excited.
problem. They just move the problem. They give it to somebody else.
So have you guys liked the movies like the Da Vinci Code and like what was the American version with Nicolas Cage?
National Treasure.
National Treasure. Yeah. Do we believe that there's like anything like that? Do you think there's any buildings in America? At least we'll just leave it in America. I mean, I guess we got several countries in the chat now. What's up, y'all? But like, do we believe there's like old secret like buildings that, like, if you were Indiana Jones, right? What are the chances that you survive till the age of Indiana Jones when you're going into old ass caves with traps that have been like dilapidated for years? Like, can you imagine how many of those traps actually would work if it was a really like a, intricate, old school like stone building that you push a thing and a thing like can't imagine like an old rope and pulley system, like.
Unfortunately, that stuff wasn't earthquake proof, so over time it didn't make it.
Normal shift in the
yeah, for sure.
But if you're gonna talk about that, what about the tunnels under the White House?
They say there's tunnels and things. Yeah, so like I can't imagine that there wouldn't be tunnels now, even if it wasn't something that's been there for like a whole like conspiratorial back end to history. But right now, today, you would have a basement or a couple layers of basement, a bunker, and this and that. I'm sure there's going to be
a Walmart under there now.
I mean, didn't Bush spend like $500 million like reinforcing the White House?
I mean, they say there's tunnels underneath there with kids being held, and there's all these. They're called.
There's a whole Walmart under there. They say
they're called
Walmart.
DUMB dumbs. They're something underground,
deep.
I don't know.
Deep
Something
underground
about
military bunkers.
Yeah, that's it. Dumb. What's funny is they probably you start with a word and then you make the acronym, right?
Yeah.
Like, these guys are going to get this one. We're going to start with dumb. Yes. Okay. What do we make it now? Let's see. Okay. Boom. You can set it up. Kasia, hi.
Hi.
So, Kasia, I don't know if you got it yet, but I did talk to our man at drizzledab.com. He just opened a new store down East Peoria. I did a little video there the other day. So in the transfer, he hadn't shipped it yet, but I think it's either on the way or you will have it soon. But yeah, you won last month. So for the locals giveaway, going to be doing something again this month, a little bit later. Let me know when you get it because I can't wait to see that thing again for sure.
I'm excited. I didn't even know. Yay.
Well, that's what happens when you join for $10 or more. And also,
remember,
I believe, was it Trent that had for the first 1 year member, he paid for a year at $5, which also gets you in the $10 or more monthly giveaway. Yes, Trent. First person to pay for a full year at $5, which is the best deal, really. I was able to change it up to where I could you could do a whole year membership, which is helpful for sure.
Yeah, Jeremy, I'm feeling better, man. Sorry.
That's okay. Who is it? Jeremy? Oh, Jeremy.
Jeremy Phelps.
Not feeling well. Oh, that's bro. Are you? Yeah. You're still in the hospital. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Hopefully hopefully it's all in the working towards the better. That's all I can say, my friend. When will that be done, Rose? I'm not sure. I might have missed something in the comments there. Timothy, if you like and share this out, we'll get you in on the giveaway on the wheel. And if you guys are coming in from another page, it would be cool if you could come over to the Indoor Farmer page and like and share it. I do see there was somebody talking to me on Instagram, but I think I got to the chat too late. But it was Juan Carlo. Or no, Juan Carol. Caroli. Caroli? Anyway.
Yeah.
So, Kim, what's your favorite recent conspiracy?
I don't really have a favorite conspiracy. I think
not theory, not just theory, but like, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I have a belief that this whole thing with the people that are coming up out of Mexico, I have a belief that some kind of a force is causing that. And I don't know if it's a political party trying here in the United States, trying to effectuate some kind of an agenda, or if it's a foreign country like Russia or China that's trying to do something. And, people might poo-poo that idea, but I have a bachelor's and a master's in the studies of government and law, and I know for a fact that countries do that kind of shit. So I feel like somebody's pushing those people this way for not a good agenda.
There was a literal article in the New York Times, some of you might remember, that literally talked about a cabal of powerful organizations that came together in order to stop Donald Trump from winning the 2020 election. And they literally, that was literally the headline. This was months afterwards when they felt like it was more like it was safer to sort of like start to openly be out there about it. But more or less, they admitted what you might call the deep state, or you might call whatever the uniparty, because it's not just one side. We all have seen this, and so they came out with it like it's not even. And literally, and conspiracy doesn't mean something we don't know. It doesn't have to be secret after we find out. I mean, it could have started that way. After we find out, what do you call it then? Just crime.
Wasn't it actually not just aimed at Donald Trump? They had the same plan written out for if Bush would have won, no matter which Republican
they didn't
won.
come up with that out of nowhere. Yeah, that's something that's probably been even tried in different ways. And that's the issue, is that we as people now, we have information. We have such a connection to information. That's our only saving grace. Yes, we have a lot of fake stuff out there. But if you watch enough things, if you leave yourself open to different angles, I believe you get a better picture on it. And that's what this show is all about. Not just politics, but the word politics really could stand for another word for life, because it's like every part of your existence is connected to it. So you might as well not be so scared of the word, because you're in it. It loves you.
I think when there's too much conspiracy around something, it discredits the whole situation. Like the COVID situation, like there's a lot of things that are true out there that are negative and like that you should really look into, but then it's flooded with all this crazy conspiracies around it, like people putting magnets on their arms and saying like the shot gave them, like made them magnetic and stuff. Like you got all this fake information out there that's clouding the real information that you really should be looking into.
Well, not only that, but you have a whole lot of people that are lazy, and that's something that the founding fathers, when they were creating our form of government, that that you just have a lot of people out there that just follow. They don't go out and seek the answers for themselves. They're just kind of followers. They're the sheep.
Right. Just like the amount of people who actually fought in the Revolutionary War it wasn't the whole country. It was like, I don't even know what the percentage was, but it was a small percentage of people. Yeah. And the rest of the people. That's why people don't realize what war is. A lot of times, for us, it's a news article or a video. But for what it used to be, like people would go, like in the Civil War and even the Revolutionary War, go out to their field and like watch the battles, having a picnic and watching the battles. And overseas right now, like you might be in a war-torn country where you're going into the McDonald's and you're sitting down to eat, and there's war happening across the street, and everyone's just going about their day, because what else are you going to do? There's like this whole sort of disconnect that happens for some people where they just continue on like normal, even if literal, bombs and everything's happening right there in front of them. So it is very, it's a very, I don't know, hard thing to describe to people when you haven't been shocked in that sort of way. And I would say I have had a taste of that, because when we're inside of the base in Iraq, when you're inside of a base, it's like a little city. Some of them are bigger. Like I lived in Camp Anaconda, the Balad Air Base there over in Iraq, and this base was like a city. They had like a big, like a little PX, which is like almost like a Walmart, and you got different places to eat. You had a big gym. You had a place where there's a pool.
Well,
And
Frankfurt was like that.
yeah, and so you'd be walking around like, I just got to run some errands, got to go to get my clothes washed, and there's mortars going off around, on the other side of the hill and whatnot. Like, yeah, I still gotta, you're still going off to run to take care of business. You're not gonna go and like help. It's not your job right now. Your job is to go to the PX and grab some deodorant and and whatever and go back to sleep. And it's like, that kind of thing is very weird. You get sort of desensitized to it. Yeah.
Well, that's like the form of manipulation that different government bodies and different power sources use are based on the conditioning of the environment. Like, they wouldn't be able to bring that type of war directly to the U.S. and control us with it. It would cause mass chaos. Like, those places that are used to that they wouldn't be able to use the same tactics that they use here to control those people. Like, it's a lot easier to control us because they can use smaller things. They can come at your family, or they can come at your job, or like your popularity, or they divided us with words. They divide the other places with bombs.
Yeah.
Like,
well,
that was proven. That was proven during the time that Trump was in presidency, through social media, that the Russians were spreading misinformation and they were doing all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, they turned us completely against each other, just using words and memes and.
Yeah. And that was the Russians behind it. I don't think they ever proved the Chinese, but they proved the Russians behind that.
So I've gotten multiple people talking about the jab. And we can talk a lot more about that. It's been culturally accepted in the cult of the Unistate, whatever you want to call it. So since that's been allowed and I know this by watching some of the other podcasters that still skirt the line in order to stay on YouTube and such, if those guys are able to say it, then damn it, I'm about to say it. So. As if they're gonna, I might come after at some point, but who knows? So I can't. Okay, so
on the wild side.
See that you guys aren't gonna be able to see that, so I'll just read it and put the chat back up there from Rumble, because we got.
Well, Waylon, before you start, dinner's ready. I was trying to get in and talk more than I normally do, but that didn't happen.
I hit you at least twice.
I know.
She was raising her.
I'm sorry. But it was good seeing everybody. The topic's great.
You too.
I definitely think the witch hunts should be something talked about too.
The witch hunts?
Definitely.
Yeah, because I mean, what? They not everybody that was called a witch was a witch. They just use that as a term to get rid of people that went against the church. There was
what we don't know, but what if that whole thing was true? What if it was really like, yeah, for real, man? If you sink, you were innocent. What if what if we find out like in the
okay, but if you tie someone by
it
their
was true
arms
because
and legs
everybody
and throw them in the water,
and expect them to live, right?
If they lived, if they happen to live, then they were a witch. If they died, then they were innocent, but it didn't matter anyway because they were still doomed to die.
It made no fucking sense.
I mean, look, if I see somebody, if I light someone on fire and they start floating up into the air and screaming at me, like, I'm gonna be worried for sure.
You just pissed them off, though.
Yeah, take it off. Right. No, you're right. That was definitely. I don't know if that was more, but that was more in the open, though. That wasn't necessarily a secretive thing. They were like, we're spectacle.
It was a church
Yeah, but the
thing.
conspiracy was that they were witches. It was
Yeah.
for other reasons that they were doing it.
I see what you're saying. Touche. You're right. You're right. I agree.
Jane Briggs, the people that were killing the witches were not pilgrims; they were Puritans. That would be my family. They came here as Puritans.
Right.
Yeah, the
Taking
term
their
pilgrim, I
religion
think,
back.
stands for someone moving like.
No, pilgrims were a particular
somewhere.
sect of people, but they were distinctly different.
Well, so the term pilgrimage maybe means something.
It was later on than the
longer,
pilgrim.
Yeah, the pilgrims were a particular religious sect that came about during the British Reformation.
Oh, I know this. They only eat turkey and corn. They wear they wear the belt buckles on their shoes and such. So what was food? What was the food, Tasia? What's dinner? Go eat, but what's dinner?
Oh, just pasta.
Just pasta?
Yeah.
Just pasta. Oh, pasta's good stuff. That's a conspiracy. Pizza's not from America.
Well,
Either French
they call
fries.
it
Italian.
We call it pie. They used to call it pie, you know? And we call
Well,
it
you want to hear a conspiracy? So everybody thinks
Ew.
that spaghetti with marinara is an Italian invention, right? Well, the Italians didn't have tomatoes until Christopher Columbus came over here and got them from the Americas and took them back over to Europe.
They didn't have tomatoes, you said, or potatoes?
Tomatoes, potatoes,
Mm.
either. Both of those were foods that were indigenous to North and South America. Corn.
that sounds right, Jimmy, about
Look up the Columbian Exchange.
What about the Irish? Didn't the Irish isn't their main cash crop potatoes?
Irish.
But I think
Wait.
that was
Well, I know that the famine was associated with, but that was well after the Columbian Exchange.
What, Kasia?
I think with the potatoes and stuff, it was only
Really?
because that was the only vegetable that would survive in their grounds.
The
That grew.
Around, yeah.
Right.
Mm.
And I have a feeling that has something to do with the whole problem between the Irish and the British. That war that
Yeah.
existed. The British hated the Irish. I have a feeling that's
They couldn't.
has
They
something to do
wouldn't
with that.
export to them.
Yeah. Well,
wouldn't
they
give
tried
them
to
Was
any
that
starve
in the
them
whole
out.
like plague era and like leprosy and whatever else existed?
Oh, that's a good one, Rose. Leprosy? What about? Oh, sorry, go ahead, Kasia.
The
I don't know now.
squirrel.
Well, I wasn't sure where are you saying they blamed it or it was a fake leprosy case or something when they would say
No,
No,
no, like the era of like the plague
Oh, okay.
existed
And all that.
Dark Ages?
Yeah,
right.
that.
Yeah,
Pre-modern medicine.
yeah. That's something that can happen is we can go backwards for a few hundred years. Isn't it's kind of insane where it's not like I think a lot of people are worried about like a collapse, right? But the truth is things can just sort of slowly start going backwards too.
Yeah.
We're like, wait, what's happening? You get to the point where there's less technology, less things being made, less babies being made is a big issue. And that's not a conspiracy per se, but we do have a lot of forces that a lot of us have pointed out, the jab, the other things, but they found out recently that after they were saying so hardcore about how it was safe for pregnant women, turns out it was not as safe as they first originally thought. And
It was
that
a oopsie.
What,
yeah.
Tylenol?
Oops. No, the jab.
Oh.
The poke.
What is it about the vaccination that's supposedly not good?
Well,
That
why are they saying now too? Like it's all in the news and stuff that all the numbers are rising again and all the cases are rising because people aren't getting the flu shots this year. Like 50% of the people that were vaccinated are not keeping up with vaccinations and things like that. Like they're really trying to push it again.
That's probably true, but I mean, okay. So part of the conspiracy is that that's because of the vaccinations that people are getting sick, and now that's coming true. And a lot of times, like Kim right here, got the vaccine and then got COVID, like almost.
Well,
immediately.
you get the flu shot and you get the flu. It doesn't. The
It's
virus.
That's not
so
the point,
fast
though,
that
Kim.
but
They
it does.
said that wouldn't happen. They said that wasn't going to happen.
They said that wasn't going to happen if the majority of people got the vaccinations. But you had so many people that declined getting the vaccinations that they weren't able to eradicate it like they did with
the problem with that in culture is
the main problem with the vaccine is it's not
didn't go by that thing. Vaccinations before that, by most American standard, would grant you immunity from that. That was the standard of vaccinations. Then you go into now with the HRNAs and all this, and now they grant you a percentage of immunity.
Right.
That's what people don't like. That they don't grasp it. Plus, it's deceiving because they're saying, there's that, and then how many other prescription drugs on the market are the same way. So there's just too much deception in the culture of pharmaceuticals.
Yeah, but they're calling it a vaccine, but technically, by definition, it's not a vaccine.
They had to change the definition for it. That's what's up, Kim. Like that's what people didn't like. I don't care if it ends up being the best thing in the world. It came through lies and deception.
You're manipulating us.
It was there, and it keeps coming out more and more as they admit this, and they admit this. Oh, ivermectin is okay. Well, we just wanted to make more money. Sorry, now we're okay with using it. You're allowed to use it now, and we aren't calling you horse pace people anymore. Sorry. That's been okay now. That's been allowed now. So they keep changing their story, and that's what really got a lot of people pissed off.
The thing is that's what happens with science. Like with the whole ivermectin thing. One of the things that a lot of people don't understand about the scientific community is that there's research methodology that they follow, that doctors are very, very, medical people are conservative, by and large conservative. And so they want to see these research studies. They want to see that data. And, and I don't know.
This time they didn't.
Well, yeah. Well, we didn't have time to fucking do any of that. We had a freaking pandemic. We had millions of people that were dying or at risk of death, and God only knows what else. So
add that, and then add the Joker card into it, to where this disease has mimical capabilities of a lab-grown disease, where it can alter and create a world of problems that people can't understand or even wrap around in their brain. So
I have absolutely
so much deceiving when they start deceiving people about that. That's what really hurt.
There is no doubt in my mind that disease was not lab manufactured, and I think the Chinese are not cleared to have the highest level research facility because they have not earned it. They do not have good ethical practices to prevent infections, which is exactly what they were doing. They were fucking around with something that they shouldn't be, and it got out. What it did.
We funded it.
Well, I don't know. That
just came out.
I don't believe it until I see proof of that.
Okay.
Well,
I'll see if I can find it.
Actually partnered with.
I want to see hard facts. But
the Wuhan labs were partnered with.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter whether we funded it or not. The fact of the matter is that it was a terrible disease, and it got out. So. And here we are.
You're right, but they tried for so long to call us racist if we even thought that was the case, or
but do you understand why?
They were just it was not good.
Do you not understand why they tried to play things like that? Look at what happened when
they wanted to play things like that. They shut down hospitals on people. There was hospital staff that said you can wait outside if you ain't vaxxed. That's not playing things. That's deception and evil nature.
And hospital employees who were told you'll lose your job if you're not vaxxed. And that happened a lot.
Here you go
the manipulation was rampant, dude. It's
from
crazy
ABC News right here,
Well,
guys.
but look at the times. I mean, people were dying by the droves. I mean, did you guys not pay attention to what happened in Italy? Did you not see what came out of Italy? I mean, it hit Italy just before it hit the United States, and that effectuated the way that everybody was seeing that. I mean, I was sitting.
Did you see that firsthand? Does anybody here like? I've never been around anybody that's seen it firsthand. That it was just like terrible nonstop. Like I've heard people say they know people that passed away from it, or they had serious problems,
I have
but never.
2 instances as a teacher where I saw things playing out. First of all, we sat there and we watched what was going on in China for months. The fall before it hit of 2019, we were sitting there and we were watching it going crazy in China. And I'm sitting here thinking, well, we've got that organization of the infectious disease control. They're going to close the airspace. They're going to do all these things. There's protocols. Well, fucking Trump did away with all that shit. So we didn't have any stuff out there to protect us from a disease coming outside of that country, because all of that should have been taken care of in the first place. But whatever. So I sat there on TV and I watched that stuff playing out with my students. My students were terrified. And I kept saying, well, that's over there. You know, there's protections, all of this stuff. When I found out in November that Trump had disbanded all of that stuff, I went, we're fucked. They didn't close the airspace. We're fucked. That shit's already here. And that was proven that it had already been here well before December of 2019.
He was the first one to try to push them to shut the borders down, though. He was the only one screaming for them to close the borders. So why would you name him as the person that wouldn't shut them down?
Because he didn't shut down the airspace. He's the one that has the authority to do
He's
that.
the president. He's not the god of America.
He is the chief enforcer of the laws of the United States.
He can't shut down airspace over a capitalist country. I don't know.
This is not a capitalist country. This is a mixed.
The only thing that he could have done is.
You mean you can't tell me I can't go start my own business right now?
Martial law.
Sometimes.
You can go start your own business.
But how does saying that he's the person that did it all? It's a group.
I'm not saying he's the person that did it all. He's the one that disbanded the team of scientists, the medical people for the infectious disease control. He disbanded all of that shit. That was under health.
He also cleared the vaccinations too.
Let me ask you this, Kim. Have you heard of the World Economic Forum meeting in 2019, late 2019, where they war game a pandemic scenario on the planet? In 2019, 4, 5, 6 months before we were in full 2 weeks to slow the curve. And I have it pulled up right here if we want to look at it. It's event 201, they call it. And this was a real thing. I mean, how much more on the nose can we get? You know, it's like, it's almost insane how they put it in our faces. And then we are, made to sort of argue amongst each other. Look at this, October 18th, 2001. The Johns Hopkins Center for Health Security, in partnership with the World Economic Forum and Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, hosted the event 201, a high-level pandemic exercise in October 18th, 2019, in New York City, New York State. The exercise illustrated areas where public-private partnership will be necessary during the response to a severe pandemic in order to diminish large-scale economic and societal consequences.
And wasn't it a coronavirus?
We'll take this in effect after you read that and you think about what that event 201 is. Take this in account. Imagine you're a person of stature of BG, Mr. Gates, right? And you're in a position to help people get over a situation where you have information where you know countries that do not have the rights to or should not be playing with lab-grown viruses like she's talked about are doing that, and you know that there's a serious potential that this could come to harm the world. What would you do to try to combat that? Would you maybe create a scenario and see what would play out with the greatest minds in the world?
I
think he did a smart thing doing that.
Can I speak to that a little bit?
Go ahead.
About something I know. So, back in Reagan's era, Reagan is the one that pretty much started the beginnings of like stockpiling what did they call it, where they stockpile like the
Medical supplies and
medical
stuff.
supplies and all of that stuff. Reagan started that. It went on with Bush, but that 2001 thing, George Bush, I read this. I can't remember exactly my source, but it was a good source. It was a credible source. But George Bush became aware of the possibility of war, of not, what do you call it,
Biological
warfare kinds of stuff, and he's the one that really started putting teeth behind that, the whole like that kind of thing with the pandemic and stuff. I followed for many years, probably for about the last 20-25 years. I followed epidemiological kinds of things, because one of the things that our government has been concerned about for many years, even beyond when, before Reagan, was the whole idea of another pandemic hitting us and wiping us out. People are very cognizant of, the Black Plague kind of a thing happening again, because we all know that nature comes along at some point and culls. And that's what pandemics do, is they cull out populations of living things. And so it's been, it's kind of a Machiavellian kind of an idea that, you have epidemiologists, you have very intelligent medical people who study this stuff. That one of the biggest concerns that they have is the bird flu. That's why you hear the bird flu in the news a lot, because, the bird flu is very deadly to birds. And it doesn't take much for something like that to jump into human populations. And so it makes big news everywhere.
Right.
One of the biggest concerns that epidemiologists have are viruses like that.
People don't think about that bird flu that much, but chicken is one of the biggest was one of the number one things that we eat in America, and that is huge.
We're fortunate that bird flus haven't mutated to jump into human populations yet, or into other mammal populations.
It's a possibility.
But it's
We're lucky the zombie fungus ain't got us.
There is instances, and it was like,
you know what I'm talking about.
It was during the Obama administration when I believe when they had a case of the bird flu, and they had somebody that had eaten a bird infected with the bird flu, and they died from bird flu that way.
Oh my God.
Yeah,
So,
there's things that can definitely eat your body up that normally wouldn't if you overindulge in that.
Yeah,
something that's full of it, I can imagine, right?
yeah,
They
so
already approved the lab-grown beef as well.
Oh no. Not me.
They've already grown lab-grown brains, human brains. They've already grown brains, and they try to get the brain is so smart of a human that it literally grows eyes. Like these brains that like the pig brains they have grown fully, have grown eyes on them and shit. Like it's insane what a brain will do. It's like it's crazy. And who knows what they do out in the maritime? You know what I mean? It's a world different scientists out in maritime laws, so they do whatever they want out there, and there's no discrepancy. They don't tell nobody what they do out there.
I'm all about herd immunity. I think we've this is the thing, Kim. I think we trust a lot of people's trust in any sort of authority when it comes to these things has been broken, and not just from COVID, but they found medical peer review. We used to think that was the highest of trustworthy sources. Oh, this has been peer reviewed, studied, right? Well, there's a guy, James Lindsay, and I forget his partner's name, where they got together and they decided to write a bunch of medical papers, scientific papers, and try to see if they could get them published. Well, they got a whole bunch of them published. I forget what the number is. We could look at that if you guys want, but go check it out. They got several of them published. Some of them were just literally taking some of Hitler's Ayn Rand and replacing words inside of it and then republishing it, and it got through. And another one was a paper about dog rape, this problem we're having with dog rape, and it was all throwing in all the sort of like woke terms and everything of today, and boom, it got right through. And so we have this problem where our doctors, our local doctors, the ones that are working those hard hours, really doing the real work, they don't have the time to put in any study time. And so what they do is they end up being fed these magazines by who? Pharmaceutical companies that send them the magazines and then shows them all this new thing. So we've talked about this before, but erectile dysfunction, guys, that was created because it was a side effect of a drug they had made that was for heart problems. And it was like, oh, this side effect that, you know, wakes up parts of you that used to be dormant, maybe. And you, they go, boom, we got whole nother thing that we can sell this for. And we've got a whole nother drug. And so they took it and they started marketing as such to doctors, and doctors are going, oh, look, we're seeing this new thing, you know. And that's just one example, but that happens, man. And so you cannot just go.
You know, the problem is that problem is that we over rely on shit to fix us when we should be eating a healthy diet and getting exercise and not living crazy ass lives that leave us so busy that we don't have time to find the truth out there.
Welcome back to Waylon, the Indoor Farmer.
You know,
I'll agree with that. That's for sure.
You know, like, so I nearly died. I'm gonna tell you something. I had female problems. I had a uterus that was full of fibroid tumors, and I was literally bleeding to death. And I had to have a hysterectomy where they took all of that stuff out. And as a result of spending months in a deteriorous, or how do you say that word? I'm sorry, I have COVID brain because I have COVID right now.
Deteriorated state?
Yes. Deleterious, I think is the word. But anyway, since I wasn't able to take iron pills to rebuild my blood, like I had literally almost run out of blood in my body and my iron count was low. Those are two different things. And so, you know, they usually prescribe you iron pills in order to build your blood back up and all that stuff. Well, what do iron pills do to most people?
I don't know.
Constipated.
Make you constipated.
Oh, I didn't know that.
They didn't do that to me. They gave me explosive diarrhea for 4 hours after I took them.
Oh no!
And if you're a teacher,
it's called an idiosyncratic.
It's
called an idiosyncratic effect.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yep.
So what did Kim do? Kim's a teacher. And she can't have explosive diarrhea for 4 hours out of an 8-hour workday. So Kim didn't take the iron pills because they did what they did to her. So what did I do? I had to eat a lot of food in order to rebuild my body, which caused me to gain a lot of weight.
A lot of fibrous food, yeah.
So I was at 227 pounds was my heaviest. I'm 5'4". I weighed 227 pounds.
That's good weight.
I did all kinds of things trying to figure out how to lose weight. And, you know, I looked at all of these easy peasy options and stuff like that. I tried all kinds of stuff. And, you know, the easy way out, because it's always easier to take a pill and swallow a pill and cure your problems than it is to get your ass out there on the treadmill and work, you know, do a workout and do all of that kind of stuff and eat right. Okay.
Retroactive versus proactive.
Yeah.
Right.
And that's what people do. I have a good friend right now that has type 2 diabetes. He's a Mexican American. He's a Latino. And he has type 2 diabetes. You get type 2 diabetes by being fat and lazy. Okay. And how do you get fat and lazy? Because you eat a bunch of shit.
And genetic predisposition.
And don't exercise, and it gives you diabetes. Well, he still eats like shit, but he takes a couple of different medications to control his A1C and his diabetes.
You know who gets too much of a pass? Hollywood. Okay. One of the other things that is more of an external cause of this, but even during COVID, there was plenty of stories where there would be a restaurant owner shut down. Remember the story? Restaurant owner shut down, but right next to her is a parking lot. It was in California, I think, with an entire film crew with a catered lunch. They're filming over there, and but she's told she cannot work or cannot do business or make a dollar. But yet Hollywood, and this is something I found during COVID, was that most of the movies and TV shows that were coming out were dated before COVID, or some sort of historical movie, or a future tense movie where it's post-apocalyptic, or it's past COVID in some way. And so that way they didn't have to have anybody have to wear any masks.
Right.
And it was just like this whole thing. It's a very hypocritical thing. So to your point about lazy and being fat and lazy, our entertainment sometimes is designed to just pull you in and keep you there and keep you there.
They call it an imagined reality.
So like for us, I guess we're doing the same thing, right? But at the same time, we're on the phone more handily in an app where you can take us with you while you're working, doing something, listening, but the TV, the boob tube was a different thing. You had to go to the living room, you had to sit down, you had to have the couch, you had to have the whole entertainment system, right? It was the whole thing. You had to have 100 movies in each side of in each, cubby, and then all your games. And then, man, how many of you guys still had shuffled around like VHS cases and DVD cases, video game cases all around your house that you don't even use those things anymore? They just
tucked away.
I literally just put all of my video games and DVDs and stuff away because I'll never use them again.
I have mine in my entertainment center, but God, I don't know the last time I watched a DVD. It's been years. Or a CD.
So precious to us that we wouldn't throw them away.
And the games.
That it has value to us, because like today, if you rent a brand new movie on Amazon, it's $20. And you can quote buy it, right? But it's only as long as you have an account with Amazon if you purchase a game. Or a movie, I mean. And so it's really not even purchasable. But my point is, like, it used to be such a precious thing to us, even though that DVD is probably only not even worth $1 now. But we still hold on to that stuff. It's like it's crazy. Our pop culture,
so much money on it.
Well, it's just we're lazy, and it's like we over rely on stuff. And
the dopamine, I think, is the problem. I hate to say that we're lazy at heart, because I don't think we're lazy at heart. I think humans mostly are incentivized by what feels good, because we're like little chemical factories inside of us. And so I get your point, but I push back because I think people would not be lazy if it was suddenly the Wild West again and there was no electricity. Like, you would have a lot less people because people would die that wouldn't handle it, right? That's called survival of the fittest. But today with technology, you're able to have people alive today that there is not even an inkling in my mind to think that they would survive. And these are normal what we call as normal people today, as like who I think would be able to live in a world, say, I don't know, without electricity, or I don't know. Most of us, even myself included, I don't know if I would be able to survive. I think I could. Oh yeah, in my head, I think I'd be the zombie killer, right? But you don't know. It's like intense.
Well, you say like the Wild West
without electricity in the desert. I'll tell you that right now. Not in a modern desert.
Man.
Because to survive here, the only way that people survived here without like air conditioning was to live in adobe houses. We've got too much concrete and too many man-made structures now to be able to survive without electricity here.
Swamp coolers.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've lived without electricity and I don't like it.
Yeah, it's very inconvenient.
No.
Shane says, I miss the old days.
I disagree with you. I think that we look for shortcuts for stuff. And I think it's human nature to look for
path of least resistance.
Sure.
Yeah, the path of least resistance or just shortcuts, and where shortcuts got us in our democracy, but, divisive, shitty shit going on.
Where we are now.
Yeah.
Well, we don't live in a democracy.
We've talked about
every time somebody says that, I have to go back.
Well, okay, I do have another point about that because Kim has explained her angle and her reasoning for it, and I agree with her because what we live in is within the democracy umbrella. But I would push back in this, and I didn't get the chance to say it before, Kim, is that there has to be some way to distinguish the difference, and so you would I had a good example for this before, but there's other examples where you wouldn't just say democracy like you have to, there has to be some way to distinguish the difference of the like, okay, so like Christianity, right? Like one person's Catholic, one person's like hardcore Protestant. You wouldn't just say they're both Christian if they were both like one, they were both like there was like a preacher and a priest, like they would be saying, no, I'm this, right? Like they would more specify under that umbrella, right? Like maybe that's not a great example. That's just on the spot here. I had a good one before, but you get my drift. Like there's got to be some not title, but sub topic or subheading, I guess. Go ahead, Bean.
Well, a democracy is the will of the people. A republic is a representative will.
A republic is a democracy. A republic is a democracy. There are two forms of democracy. One of them is a direct and the other one is an indirect. A direct democracy was was what you found in Greece. Wait, is it Greece? Yeah, Athens.
Yeah.
So that was where people directly voted. They directly participated in their government. That would never work in the United States because can you imagine everybody going to try to make laws in this country?
Really anywhere.
Done. So, so when the founding fathers were looking at creating our form of government, it is not a pure form. It is a democracy because a democracy is
It does say this
is by the people, of the people, for the people.
It also says one nation under God for the republic.
Form of democracy, which is indicative of Rome.
Actually, it doesn't say that.
Roman citizens had people. I don't remember if they elected them or not, but they had people that represented them in their government. And so when our founding fathers were looking at what form of democracy to model this country after, that's what they did. But it is a republic, and a republic is a form of a democracy. It is by the will of the people. It's just that we elect our representatives to do business for us.
So you're saying that you wouldn't use any other terms besides democracy to describe what we are?
Well, we are a
democratic republic. Go ahead.
Well, it is a democratic republic.
That's how I would phrase
but
it.
It's all the same thing. So you're just mincing words.
No, but it's not the same. It lets you know that we have a republic version of a democracy. It gives you the rest of it.
How is it a democratic republic? I don't
know. So hold on. By definition, a republic is a representative form of government that is ruled according to a character or constituent, and a democracy is a government that is ruled according to the will of the majority.
I don't know what your
forms of government are often confused. They are quite different. The main difference between a republic and a democracy is the character or the constituent that limits the power in a republic, often to project the individual's rights against the desire of the majority.
And your source is who?
John C. Alderin. Hold on, I'll go back to the main.
I don't even know who that is. I will tell you that I have deep studies in this. I have a bachelor's and a master's degree in government and law.
And this is from the Connecticut General Assembly.gov.
Yeah. So, people can put their ideas about how they want to term stuff. I'm very, very particular about where I take my information.
So okay, let me ask you this. I'm from Venus, okay, and I come down, I find you, Kim, and I say, Kim, what is this America? What kind of government? And you say it's a democracy, and I say, oh, you mean like Athens, Greece?
No.
And then what would you say? What would your next words be?
You can't model it after any one single past thing that they took it from, because parts of it, it's more of a, when you sit there and you call it what would you call it? Democratic Republic.
Okay.
I call it a constitutional republic, because we are a democracy.
That's better. I like that.
It's a democracy that was created. Like, there are parts. They took parts out of the Iroquois nation.
Yeah, we took a lot of things.
There's like a lot of things. There's a lot of stuff that was taken out of Enlightenment philosophers' ideas in the creation of this government. So it's not like
Judeo-Christian, you might call it.
It's a unique form of democracy, what we have here. There is no other democracy in the world like this. You can look at the democracy that they have over in Great Britain, which influenced a lot of the English traditions that were, influenced how things in our government here too. But they are not the same.
So I guess people take. I think people take. What's the word? People are taking, not offense, but taking
issue
with. Yes, thank you, Val. With you when you reference our democracy. Why is it that since you're now saying that you like it as a constitutional republic, which is what I did say
Democratic Republic.
I like
is
that
a
too.
Democracy.
Yeah, but it gives you more specified type. So
democracy.
But no, the difference between the republic and a democracy is a democracy would be the will of the people, and what we do.
There is no difference between a republic and a democracy.
But yeah, because we don't run our government by the will of the people here. We run our government by the will of the elected officials.
A republic and a democracy.
Why are there two different?
No, there isn't. A democracy is a democracy. There are two forms of democracy: republic and
it's a form of democracy.
Direct democracy.
So you're
two forms of democracy.
Okay, so
but by definition, a democracy is the will of the people, right?
Right.
Loosely, yes.
But that's not what we live in. We live in the will of the elected officials.
No, we don't. The will of the elected officials, those elected officials are elected by the people. They're elected by the will of the people.
And we don't get to vote on the individual.
They are supposed to.
But we don't get to vote on the individual problems. We get to vote on the people that get to vote on the problems.
That's what a representative democracy is. We vote representatives to vote in our stead. That's why you look at the platform. You look at what it is what that person is running on.
Yes,
and you vote for them based on what they say they're going to do. And if they don't do what they're supposed to do, then you vote them out. That's the power of the people. But we don't do that shit.
Right. So it's a subcategory of democracy. Right.
So I'd say it's a democracy on how we choose our leaders, but not how we choose our our policy and we
don't choose our policy. Law. We indirectly choose our policy through our representatives.
You wouldn't have to say those extra words if it was the exact same thing, if there was no difference from democracy. So think of it as an analogy. I'm going to go to the store. Which store I'm going to? Store. Which store? I don't know. Store. Like the subcategory is then like which one? Yes, Walmart is a type of store, but so is, Target or, whatever. So like you're specifying the reason that the word republic is different than the word democracy.
It is not different than the word democracy.
No, I'm saying they're different letters. Why are they different words? Why are there two different words? Because they're two different things.
Because democracy is an umbrella. If you want to have an umbrella,
Exactly. So it's a form of democracy, right?
Democracy is the umbrella, and you have a direct or an indirect.
Okay, so it's
democracy.
a form, it's a type of democracy. So you'd have to
live,
say it's a type
our
of
federal
democracy.
government and most of our state governments are indirect democracies.
Indirect. So the word indirect, you wouldn't have to use that if it was the same as.
Well, we call it a republic.
Exactly.
Okay. So
you take issue with that, though. It's okay. I mean,
I take issue
agree
with
to disagree.
it because, and let me just say, I am a conservative. I have voted Republican. So I'm going to qualify that right here. I have voted conservative almost my entire voting career. I voted for Reagan. I voted all the way up until Trump came, and I said, fuck, no, I'm not voting for that man. I do not like him. I will vote for John Kasich is who I voted for. And then when Trump got in and then we had to re-vote him again, I said, fuck, if I'm voting for Trump, and I voted for Biden, and I gladly did it. And I feel like I did what I needed to do. But
amen.
Republicans, and I know this because I talk to Republicans. Many of my friends are Republicans. I know the Republican platform, their agenda, all of that shit. Okay. Republicans will sit there and argue till death do you part that a republic is not a democracy. They will argue that.
They wouldn't be different words if they weren't different things. Period.
Tooth and nail.
It is a democracy, dude. I'm telling you, I've studied this shit.
If a cat was a dog, then we would call it a cat. I mean, it's two different things. Like, why is there two different words?
You obviously do not understand what a democracy is.
I understand words, and I think different words, they're two different things.
I think democracy ends at the voting of the politician. That's as far as our democracy goes.
And I'm not saying they're not the same. I'm saying that why can't you, Kim, say instead of saying it's the same, say it's a type of democracy. It's a subsect of democracy. It came from democracy. It's a baby of democracy. It's the next step of democracy. It cannot be the exact same thing. It's not the exact same thing. Otherwise, it would be called democracy.
Obviously, you don't understand what a democracy is. A democracy is of the people.
Yeah.
It's of the people. And
so we came from that. We took parts of that, right? We just established. We took stuff from the Iroquois. We took stuff from multiple different places.
But the form of democracy that we practice the form of democracy that we practice is an indirect democracy, which is
okay. So like I studied martial arts, right? I wouldn't say I'm a martial artist. I would say I did Taekwondo. I didn't just do all martial arts. I did a type of martial arts. There's a subsect of it, and that's why the word exists is Taekwondo. It's a type of, or I was a boxer. I wouldn't say I was a fighter. What did you do? I don't know, fighting. What would you like? Were you in the octagon? What'd you do? Hit the bag? I fought. It's like, well, what kind? Like I was a sportsman. I played sports. Oh yeah, what kind of sports did you play? Well, with balls. It's like, well, okay, but what sort of sport was it that you played? Was there points? We played sports. Like, no, we wouldn't say that. You say those other words for the qualifier, right?
So the thing is, like Shane says here, he gives a whole definition here, and the fact of the matter is that the term democracy and the term republic were derived from two completely separate sources.
No,
republic wasn't taken from.
Demos is I want to say it's a Greek word. So the original term for democracy came from Greece. Greece and Rome are very, very closely connected. It is strongly believed that the Italian people were derived originally from Greek. Greeks and Romans culturally are very, very similar. But the earliest democracy known was the Athenian democracy. And then later, the Roman Republic created a democracy, and that's where the term republic comes from, was Roman Republic. And and so the name republic to describe a democracy comes from what Rome called itself.
That's why I like the hybrid term, the democratic republic. What's wrong with saying the democratic constitutional republic?
I don't know. For me, I don't like that because
like
a lot
that.
of people are ignorant and they don't understand. And I don't mean ignorant and to be negative. I mean ignorant in
lack of knowledge.
Have that knowledge to be
Yes,
able to
Timothy.
differentiate.
We're gonna
And
spin
it's
it here in a minute.
very complicated. It's complex and it's complicated. You know, and a lot of terms in government are. I teach this. You know, this is what I teach. I teach this to my seniors. So, you know, it's like, and it's mincing words, and people try to make one the other or the other one. And it's like, no, it's very, very distinct. There is no such thing as just democracy. You either have an indirect or you have a direct. We do have direct democracies within the United States. There are very tiny communities, like in New Hampshire or somewhere, or Maine or somewhere over there, where they have town hall meetings. Those are direct democracies because you have a very small body of people and everybody can get together and they can vote on whatever it is that they need to vote on. You cannot do that in a large democracy like the United States has. You have to have a Republican form where you hire people to go do the job for you. Otherwise, we wouldn't be able to work. We would be so busy having to learn all the ins and outs of how to run our government and make decisions, and nothing would ever get done. Can you imagine? Shit, we can't even get Congress half the time to figure out a vote, get a bill through, let alone all the people in the United States making a decision to vote on whether we go to war with Afghanistan because they just fucking bombed us.
Oh no, we'd get a lot of stuff done. No good stuff, but we'd get a lot of shit done.
I don't know that anything would ever get done, honestly.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm going to be spinning this wheel here real soon. I know I waited a little bit. Sorry, but if you are just coming in, I'm going to do this dab, and then we'll spin the wheel for one more spot in on my waffle. If you're interested to get in on the waffle, $5 a spot, unlimited spots. If you're not a Locals member, use the $5 to join Locals as a pro sub, and that gets you a spot in the waffle as well. And also spots on game night and all the other perks that come along with Locals. Now, with that being said, to get on the wheel tonight, you have to just share the live and hit the like button and let us know in the comments that you did. And we'll see by the like button. It looks like it has been working here, 53 now.
Anybody that's on any of my pages, make sure you go hit that like button on Waylon's page because it doesn't count on mine.
I don't know, going back to the whole Democratic Republic, like people attach a lot of different meanings to the word democratic, and they attach a lot of different meanings to republic. When I describe the government that we have here, for me, as a constitutional scholar, it is more meaningful for me to call our form of government here a constitutional republic or constitutional democracy.
So in the Constitution or in any of the federal papers or any of that stuff, does it say the word democracy anywhere?
We've got a Senate, which is more like the Republic of Rome, the Senate, right?
on the Constitution.
You don't look at words. China
don't use words. Just do what Kim says.
Well, listen to me. Listen to me. You don't go by what people say with words as much as you go by actions. Okay, and that's a life lesson. Because if you went by somebody calling themselves a republic, China calls themselves a republic, and there is nothing in China's government that is a republic. There is no of the people, by the people, for the people.
No.
That is what demarcates a
but that's what the Chinese government calls themselves. The majority of the people here,
whatever. What shows you the form of government that somebody has is who's in charge.
JC, real quick, let me explain because I've got a question. I definitely need to see if more people want to jump in on it. JC, the waffle is for, well, it's for me, but I I have a whole pack of goodies that's coming out. It's a whole bag full of about $400 or $500 worth of stuff, maybe more, to be honest. The seeds alone is about $200 worth of 3 packs of seeds that are worth about that. Plus, I mean, I've got, I don't know, there's probably like 30 other items going in that one pack going to one person. And then there's another pack of said goodies, if you will, coming from another donator. And then another pack coming from Sir Stevo with a Terp stick, certified Terp stick, plus a rolling tray that's got his logo laser engraved on it. And there's also one other donator, I believe. I think Joe Kelly said he had something for it, but no worries if not. I didn't bug him about it, so I don't want to. But yeah, there's at least 3 things that are going out to some lucky people there. But $5 a spot for that, if anybody's interested. My Cash App's going across the bottom. But anyway, I'm gonna do this dab here. Looks like it's
somebody, I think it was Shane, said something about the word democracy does not appear in the Constitution. The founding fathers were very, very careful about labeling things because you can take a word and you can make it fit any meaning you want. If you read the preamble to the Constitution, which is the part that sets up the form of government we have, it sets up a democratic form of government, which is by the people, of the people, for the people.
Yeah, but I would say nothing. There's never been a true democratic government that works. Like, I mean, a small scale, a very, very small scale. Yeah. But once you get to any side of like our normal sized countries today, like you'll never see the whatever you call the big dog country in the world, the number one, which, you know, you could argue whether or not we are the world power or not. World power, that's what we call it, I guess. You could argue whether we are or not now, but to whoever that is never going to be a democracy. I don't think it's going to happen. Not correct. Cheers, everybody. Cheers.
You say that they were very careful with their words, but when Elizabeth Powell asked Benjamin Franklin what kind of government we created, he specifically said a republic if we can keep it.
Yes, he did.
Yes.
And a republic is a form of democracy, one of the 2 forms of democracy. It's an indirect democracy.
I like this back and forth.
Wow. The Constitution doesn't say anything about a Bill of Rights either. The Constitution was not written to have a Bill of Rights. The Constitution was intended to be the Bill of Rights. And it wasn't until they had the Constitutional Convention and they were towards the end of it that people said, hey, we're not going to go back and sign this Constitution without an enumerated Bill of Rights. So they had to compromise and say, okay, we'll write the Bill of Rights. That was James Madison said, okay, we'll write a Bill of Rights. And, you know, but they didn't want to enumerate a Bill of Rights in the way that it was later enumerated, because if you don't list every single right, that gives your government the right to take away a right. And how can you know what rights? Like privacy is not listed anywhere.
I know how you know. Well, they're God-given, but this is another way to give it to you if you're not religious.
Who's God?
Let me tell you, all of the rights in the Bill of Rights are things that you would still have if you were alone on a desert island.
How would you govern yourself if there was no government?
Let me ask you this.
You can't be given like health as a right because like you wouldn't have that if you were alone on a desert island, period.
Yeah.
You just can't.
What about the right to privacy? That's not listed in the Constitution or in the Bill of Rights. But we have the right to privacy, and I'll tell you how we get that right to privacy, but that wasn't listed. How do you...
Privacy dictates ownership. You have to own where you're at to say I can be private here. Who's to say that you can own it behind a rock, the dark spot behind a rock, without somebody else saying I want to be there too?
All right.
privacy dictates ownership. You can't
Cool
say
rock, bro.
privacy is a right.
Yeah, I guess you're right, Kim. Though we do say that we say the right to privacy. I'm not
You
sure
do have
when
the right
that
to
actually
privacy
comes
when
from.
it
There
comes
was
to
a
medical
Supreme
and stuff.
Court
In
case.
this day and
I
age,
can't remember which case it is off the top of my head because it's been a while since I've looked at that stuff. But there's a Supreme Court case that that defined our right to have privacy. And it was one of those rights that was not enumerated because I don't think at the time that everything was conceived that anybody would ever have cause to think that they would never not have privacy.
I think we call it a right, but it's more a standard set by precedent.
Yeah,
That
people
since
call a
there
lot of
was
things
cases that ruled in favor.
It
it's
has
just a standard of human
defined by
decency is
law.
what it
It
is.
has been defined by law, and there's
Yeah.
a lot of case law that's developed since that court case back.
Yeah,
in
but
the,
that's based on
1950s.
precedent. That's not based on the constitutional rights that we have.
When the Supreme Court initially ruled on a case related to privacy, an argument for privacy, they went into the Constitution. They made a big argument for it. So
It was like I'm going to sound stupid. I think it was like the 14th Amendment or something like that they referenced for it or so.
I honestly, I can't remember. I'd have to look it up.
I'd Google it, but my hands are full right now.
Individuals have the right to be secure in their papers and effects.
No, yeah, that's only came
HIPAA,
about
isn't
since the government turned us all into private corporations.
Timothy.
Now that you have a social security number, that's the only reason why you need privacy. If you didn't have a social security number and documentation that somebody else is keeping on you, you wouldn't need privacy. From
Well,
what?
Yeah, but if I didn't have a social security number, I wouldn't have social security.
Listen, the Second Amendment
Griswold.
protects our privacy.
It was Griswold. I think it was the Griswold case. That's what it comes up as. I want to say that I think that's true. It was 1965 Supreme Court recognized a constitutional right to privacy in Griswold, Connecticut. The case centered on an individual's right to use contraception without government interference.
Oh, you're talking about the case for abortion, right?
No, contraception.
So
that was the right to use birth control. And it said that the Constitution, I can't remember because I studied it. This was back in 1992 that I took my constitutional law class. So it's been a minute since I've looked at all of this stuff. But they went in and they looked at it. I looked at the reasoning because you go in and you read, like, each Supreme Court justice will write an opinion and they'll write a reasoning for why they ruled the way that they rule in their opinion. Yeah. And so it was in the discussion, it was in their reasoning for the way that they were finding the case as to where they found privacy in the Constitution. Yeah. But that was the case that guarantees the right to privacy against governmental intrusion. And the thing is like people are constantly saying, well, I have constitutional rights. Like you guys crack me up when you sit there and say, oh my God, Facebook is taking away my right to free speech and stuff. And, the Constitution is meant to protect your rights against the government, not free enterprise. Like it doesn't.
Yeah, but at the same time, the reason that we all say that about social media and stuff is because social media it's supposed to be a public platform, so it's not supposed to be an editorial service.
Because they're so big is the problem. It wouldn't be an issue if they weren't as huge as they are.
Yeah. Well, since they're editing, they should be held to account with everything that goes on the platform.
Oh, I agree. But I understand. I just get a little tickled when I hear people say what they say about it.
Well, that's just like, you're free. You have the freedom of speech. That only counts in the court of law. That doesn't count in the court of public opinion.
No. And privacy, I mean,
it does if it makes people leave your platform.
I don't know. Just
I'm sick of
these
having to
rights
make
that we have
100
are not
accounts or
rights that
whatever.
are meant to be exercised outside of government.
Well, we can definitely
from our
agree. We can definitely agree that the founding fathers probably didn't have the internet in mind
No.
when they were thinking about this stuff, and so
They
that
definitely
is
didn't.
probably like that's can't and we can't fathom what's about to come. Like we already see that technology is moving at a like an incrementally faster rate, and you can name 100 things, whatever it is, AI, VR, whatever, and all of that stuff is coming at us like at a faster and faster rate. And so we might think something is conspiracy when really it's just a sort of a singularity that everything is rushing towards, because we as a people, what do? We stack our knowledge. We keep stacking it up. And then generation after generation, things get easier and faster and bigger, and like technology, all of it gets, I don't know, it's am I rambling, but you guys get my drift. Like,
Well,
it's coming faster and faster, and even the people in charge, they don't fucking know what to do about it. Like it's just
I heard this quote the other day. It was this guy said,
cheers.
Are things really moving? Are things really growing faster, or are they just staying same but faster? Like everything's kind of staying the same, but we have more access to everything. Everything is at a snap of a finger, but nothing's really changing.
No, because people are fucking lazy. Like we are literally drowning in information. We have never at any time in history, recorded history at least, had more information at our fingertips.
And
Literally.
that could be leading to, like Waylon said, that things just starting to go backwards because
people
are
are
relying on technology.
All of us are going backwards, yeah.
Well, the thing is that people are not educated. They're not critical thinkers enough to be able to be good stewards of the information that's provided from them. Because there are people that have malicious agendas out there, and they put out shit and they put out whatever, and they're irresponsible and whatever. And it influences other people, and it's because people are lazy. Like I have this good friend of mine. He's a total conspiracy theorist, and it's like I tell him, "Shut the fuck up! I don't want to hear what you have to say because the shit that you talk about is stupid. It's like not founded in anything." And he's like, "But what if?" And it's like,
what if? Yeah,
there's all kinds of what ifs. You can get bogged down in the what ifs.
Well, okay, but that's better though. At least that person isn't like some of the people close to me, and family and whatnot. They don't say what if. They say, "Oh yeah, that person."
Oh no, I know
that person was replaced a long time ago.
Oh, I know. I got you.
Oh my god!
But
But listen though, let me push back. The laziness. I got to push away from the laziness one more time, because listen, why is it? I'll debunk it with this one thing. Why is it that we put a sign in the national forest that says "Don't feed the bears"?
Is it because
bears are lazy? A sign in the national forest saying
in forests and campsites and stuff, if there's any bears around.
Reason they put a warning on Tide Pods.
The bear is going to keep coming to people to eat.
Okay,
and it's going to kill people, and
they become dependent.
It's a slippery slope.
It's not just because they'll kill people, but because they'll become dependent on it.
Yes.
And those picnic baskets. Well, that doesn't mean bears are lazy. It means bears are like, hey,
bears ain't stupid.
They ain't stupid. Yeah, just like people. Like we realize
we're also omnivores.
And it's not all because we are naturally lazy. It's because we've become, I wouldn't say programmed that way or incentivized to be that way. That's maybe it.
Maybe a little incentivized. Look at the fact you're a teacher. So do you feel like cell phones affected the learning ability of the students? The fact that they have a pocket brain in their pocket at all times.
Google search it, right?
Technology, cell phones, technology, it's a double-edged sword, because, and I just feel like there's an over-reliance on it. I think that there's an over-reliance on it, and I think that it's good if you have people it's good if you have people in your life that can challenge what it is that you're learning from what you're getting from technology. Um, you know,
Find the tool in it rather than get
So
yourself.
well,
people are
you know-
naturally defiant, I think, and so my concern with it, I don't know firsthand. I just assume this, but like, especially like defiant kids. If you tell me something, let's say the teacher gets one thing wrong, and I debunk you because I got a pocket brain in my pocket. Like now, everything you say is out the window, and I don't got to listen to you because you're not as smart as the pocket brain, or like, this isn't an open book test. Screw you. Like, I got my pocket brain right here. Like,
Well, look
Well-
at what Jimmy says.
really
Jimmy,
your whole life.
you
Jimmy
do have
hits
those
on it.
challenges, and I would encourage my students to look stuff up, and we have those discussions, and there's times when I don't know because knowledge is infinite. I mean, if you ask me something that I have never learned,
we're gonna do
Yes.
this.
does that mean that I'm stupid or I'm ignorant or whatever? No, it just
No.
means that I don't know anything about whatever it is, about that particular thing.
Well, and a lot of
Good
people
luck,
are
everybody.
what I call willfully
Good luck.
ignorant.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Guys, get
If
in on
you
this.
don't know something
Wait.
and you have a phone in your hand, you're willfully ignorant.
Well, the reason that I say is that ever since technology has advanced so much, you look at the statistics for like inner cities and stuff like that. They go into an inner city and can't find more than 5% of the students that can read at their own grade level. Like the kids aren't learning anymore as much unless
Yeah, but you
It
have
must
to
be-
look at
That's
factors as to
conspiracy right there.
why it is that those students aren't learning. And
It's
that
some of
that's
it's curriculum. They don't have a good curriculum these days.
well, let
and
me
they don't
tell
got the
you,
support of the family either.
That too.
that's exactly
Big time.
what it is the support of the
It's big
family.
time.
Because
Also, there's a cultural aspect. They've talked about this, and none of us maybe will have the right to speak about it, I guess, when you're talking about culturally, but there are certain cultures that have talked about how they will shun you if you're a quote bookworm, or someone who's more on the intellectual
You're right.
side. They
Yeah.
will. There has been that, and I'm just touching on that a little bit. We won't go into that, but I guess I will just.
But yeah,
leave it
you get
to-
shamed from your
you know.
friends if you're the nerd or the
There have
bookworm.
been people that have spoken out about it for sure.
The
So Val,
biggest-
congrats.
biggest
All right.
Thank you
reason-
so much.
the biggest reason why we have reading problems in this country, period, across the board, is because you have a lot of people that have learning disabilities. Learning disabilities drive, especially in reading.
Why is that getting up? Why is that increasing anyway? That's a different
Well,
topic.
I don't think that it's increasing. I think it's always been pretty steady. But here's the
The
problem.
autism rates have been going crazy for some reason.
Here's the problem with reading rates. You have, I don't know how you guys learned to read when you were kids, but when I was a kid, my mom taught me my letters. My mom sat with me and read. There was a lot of things that I did, and this was long before I even started elementary school. And you have parents that do not do that anymore. You have parents that are like, that's the school's job.
Yeah.
So
I think I have a bad taste in my mouth.
You have a
I think I
lot
have a bad
of
taste in my
children
mouth
that
at
do
school.
not have parents that have instilled that in their kids. They don't have that foundation, so they're behind and they never catch up. Because
that was me
after the third grade, reading is no longer taught after the third grade. So if a child has not learned to read by the third grade, they are going to be a struggling reader. And third grade is the hardest level in elementary school, and then there's another grade in there somewhere, I can't remember which one it is, and then 11th grade is another benchmark.
I agree with Jimmy.
And
That's
kids freaking
That's some interesting information. Because I had reading disabilities. I had trouble learning to read, but I didn't have any practice at home. My mom didn't work with me. She worked 2 jobs. Like I didn't deal with that, and then the school didn't really work with me. And I was part of the No Child Left Behind thing. So I just got skated right through. By the time I'm in high school, I don't even know how to do school. Like,
Well, yeah, it's terrible. Our education system, Child Left Behind was awful. It did exactly what it wasn't designed to do, because what they did was they penalized school districts and schools that were behind in certain things, that didn't meet certain criteria. And so schools learned to jump through those hoops and do dog and pony shows, and a lot of kids got left behind because of it. It sucked.
Yeah.
It was a terrible program. I hated it.
Wonder what you think, Kim, about school choice. Let me explain what I mean by it, because who knows what the definitions have changed for different people. I wish that there was a certain number of dollars, and that would be state decided, state to state, certain number of dollars that follows each child. And maybe that would vary depending on if they had special needs, right? And for me, school choice means if my kid's going to this school that maybe happens to be the closest one, because that's the most convenient for me, right? But he just happens to be not be doing well, and we find out that school is not good. It's dirty. There's something happening. I don't like it. Whatever's happening, somebody's giving me the stank eye in there, whatever. Maybe my ex-girlfriend's kid goes to that school, whatever it is. But I should be able to go, oh, there's another school. It's about 20 more minutes away. Yeah, I can swing that, so we're going to go ahead. It's a better school. It's got better ratings. There's better teachers. All the kids are getting better grades. They're smiling when they leave school. There's no Mrs. Trenchbull there, whatever. There's a little girl named Matilda that goes to that school. I'm like, I'm going to that school. But anyway, so my point is, I want to be able to have that choice where say that 10K, I don't know what it would be, maybe more than that, but just imagine that it follows the child, right? And so by doing that, what would happen is the natural selection, the schools that, and I'll give you guys my personal example. When I was in high school, my first time going through algebra, I failed the class. And I failed the class because my teacher was sort of fed up. She was very kind of like, she didn't give a shit. And I'll tell you how. She'd be up at the board and she'd be doing something at the board, and everybody in the class, there'd be a group of kids, their desks turned in a circle over here, kids over here singing, this kid's over here throwing paper wads everywhere, this person's over here, with digging his knife into the desk, and the teacher's up there just she had the philosophy like, well, if you don't want to learn, you don't want to learn. Well, me, I'm ADD as fuck. Like, I wasn't really involved in any of these groups, but you better believe I'm going, checking this out. What's going on over here? I don't know you, but I'm going to be watching what's going on
that
over here.
Sounds to me like a teacher that was not supported by administration.
Okay, but that's my point, is that she had tenure. She had ways of never being worried about it. So we have this like system where there's no supply and demand. There's no way to vote teachers out if they are doing bad. There's no way to incentivize good people to care, or people to at least get out of the game if they're done caring or whatever. I see Twisted Cannabis popped in over on the Instagram. I don't know if you're still there, bro, but leave a comment if you're still over there. But you guys get my drift. Like I think that's a very simple solution. School choice. If your school is doing great,
okay, let me be the devil's advocate.
Let's hear it.
You want to move your kid because you're in a rotten school,
or whatever.
Right? Your kid's not learning because he's in a rotten school where he's got rotten teachers. Okay, well, I want to move my kid because there's a preponderance of Black people in that school, and I don't want my white kid around all these Black people. And then all the white people in the school are the same way.
People can do that now by moving.
Sure.
Right. But then it's sanctioned. Yeah. If you're taking your money out of that school, the government is sanctioning racism.
Oh, they do this in colleges now with the certain spaces, and they have
those are quotas, and
I don't even think it matters about the
stuff. But
I wouldn't even worry so much about the money following the kid, because the money's going to follow him anyway when the school gets shut down because nobody wants to go there anymore. I think the whole thing is if you have an issue with where your child is going to school, whether it's the curriculum or whatever, you should have a choice to move the kid no matter what district you live in.
But we have those
Well, you
choices
can't.
here in our district, I think. I don't know to what great degree they have it or what, but I know definitely at our high schools, because we have
Yeah.
kids that move high schools all the
But I
time.
know the city that I grew up in, based on where you live, that's the school you go to. And there's 30 schools throughout the city. It's a pretty big city, but you can't go over 6
Even
streets.
if you're on the border,
Unless you got thrown
you
out or
had to go
something.
there.
Or that,
Yeah.
or if you have a relative, or there was other ways around it. Oh, I got my grandma that lives over here, so we're gonna use her address and let me go to that school.
Yeah.
Well,
this
you can
year.
put in transfers though, and I don't think a lot of people realize that. You can put in transfers to schools.
Some
to different
districts
schools.
you can't.
Probably,
I don't know if
it
that's
probably
a
depends on the
problem.
location,
Right.
Yeah.
based on their rules in the district.
Well, the only thing is that if you're going to move your kid out of district, you're going to be responsible for getting them to school, because they're not going to bus them.
Okay.
So that'll be your
Yeah, sure.
responsibility to move them.
Jimmy says you have a choice everywhere. You just have to pay
But-
tuition. Okay.
Oh yeah, it's private
Well,
school.
and you have to remember
Well,
that
one of the things I'm going to say about private school, because I had a little girl that was one of my special ed kids. She was one of my seniors about 9 years ago. She had been educated in a public school, in a private school, at a private Christian school. And when I got her, I asked her, I was like, why are you here? Why aren't you still over at that Christian school? And she said, because I have a disability and they didn't want to mess with my disability. It was too much. And private schools are notorious like that. If you are too needy, they will not educate you. They will not take your money. And this little girl comes from a
Well,
very
they don't have enough money to pay for it.
That's the problem.
Yeah, and they don't have specialized.
I don't. If I'm gonna make food for your kid, and I gotta have the facility that's clean and yada yada. If I'm gonna support a kid that's of special needs, I gotta have the facility to support that. You can't just throw them into the general public.
Yeah.
I had that issue at daycare with my son. They said they
but
have to by state. They have to have one person that is state qualified to handle. And what
All
they were
funding.
doing with my son is they were shuffling him around to whatever classroom that he was best in, and he would be thrown in with kids that were years younger than him. Just because they knew that they would just give him a toy or whatever. They give him something to keep him busy. And, and I got him upstairs, like writing words now and reading words on the screen from video games and from different books we're reading and stuff like that. And it's just like, they didn't want to deal with him because he was more difficult back then when he was younger. But so it was a bad situation in daycare, but it was kind of like that, where they want to shuffle him to whatever's easiest, because they didn't really have the facility for a kid like him. They just said they had a state mandated quota for it, but not necessarily for real.
they didn't have the education.
Anyway,
Yeah.
But man, guys, it's been a hell of a show for sure. We've gone over 3 hours, 3 hours 15 minutes.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, it goes deeper. We didn't even talk about the pyramids, really. Like, I don't think they ever had any pharaohs. They were never a sarcophagus. They didn't ever have they were never a burial tomb. Have you
We
guys
don't even
seen
know the real reason that we don't. They say that they predate the
Electricity.
Egyptians.
electricity? They think.
Yeah.
I think the top of the main tomb, the main pyramid was gold at one time, is the theory, and that's the best conductor of electricity. And they also the limestone that made the walls of the pyramid are actually like very shiny, like mirrors, kind of to reflect light. And then the quartz stone that the pyramid's made out of is also takes vibration and creates a charge from that. And there was a river that ran underneath and next to the pyramids at one time before it was a desert. And this was another way that they would take tunnels going up into the pyramid that would water, when it was high tide, would shoot water up these tunnels and make more vibrations, right, for the quartz. Have I gone deep enough? It goes deep. It goes deeper.
Well, there was a lot
Samuel,
of
how you doing, bro? Sorry.
there was
No,
a lot
that
of knowledge that was lost during the Dark Ages. After the fall of Rome,
Oh, for sure. We lose
a lot of
knowledge all the
knowledge
time.
was lost. So it's hard
That's
to
what's
say.
scary. We talked about this earlier. Like you can lose knowledge, and it can happen. Samuel, go ahead, man. I wanna hear what you got to say.
I used to believe all the stuff about the pyramids until you take the Baghdad battery into account.
Yeah, the Baghdad
Once you
battery.
look at the technology they had for that, it pretty much makes all that other stuff not possible. Yeah.
What do you mean?
Did you ever see the video?
The
of the guy
Baghdad battery is about the most powerful electronic machine they had anywhere in that time. That's proven
Before
up.
that, though, as we're talking about when the
Yeah, it could be before that, right? Yeah, for sure.
pyramids are way older than what we think of as Egyptians or Baghdadians.
Did you ever see the video of the guy that shows how, in theory, the blocks were moved? Like, that's the main thing about the pyramids, that people don't see how it happened. How were the blocks moved? This guy shows that it's pretty easy to move them blocks.
Well, it's probably moved.
Not seen that.
We have no way to move them right now. And being a iron worker by training, that I've worked on 999 cranes and set them up and built the crane and worked on. There's no way we can move that weight. No way feasible with any amount of money we have right now. To do what they did, we can't.
Dude, there's this guy that moves 3-ton blocks with the push of a hand.
Yeah.
It's not the same.
I just sent you a video.
There's a variety of different.
We don't have a machine that can pick it up right now.
Well, no, it's those blocks. So
we don't have a machine that can pick up half of it right now.
So no, they pretty much rolled the
on logs.
Rolled on logs, and they floated
down what highway?
Floating. No, they used rivers to move a lot of them.
Yeah, and then you just keep moving the backlog to the front.
Floating stone is all. Let's see, that would never happen. Anybody
Dude,
says
those stones are 200 tons. Some of them.
Nobody's floating a stone that big in water.
I'm just saying
You're
that's
insane if you think you can float a stone that big in water. We float ships because they're designed
this is the most plausible
for buoyancy.
Samuel, have you heard about gold? Have you heard about gold? How gold has two different, not properties, but two different states. In one state, it's the yellow shiny metal that's conducting of electricity. The other state is a white powdery substance that's gold, and that is supposedly has anti-gravity properties.
What?
They made this is the most plausible
material.
So they say the Anunnaki.
I think they've pretty much. I've never heard of white gold.
Turn way down. Sorry. So, but no, they say that the sound waves and sound vibrations are one way that you can move large objects, because everything has a certain resonance to it, and that it has the ability to move things. So, like, we've seen it happen where on small scales with something vibrating the desktop or whatever. And so they say that we may have had other technologies before the last flash melting of the ice age, the younger Dryas period, where they think that either it was a comet or possibly a solar flare, whatever it was. They have found nuclear glass that is near, I believe, somewhere near the pyramids, where they think that because that's sand, right? There's a desert. So nuclear glass is what happens when sand is melted at such a fast flash, like a nuclear blast area when they test nuclear weapons. And it looks like the same thing. But they think that was from a solar flare or something like that, or maybe a flash, I don't know, whatever it was. But anyway, there's a lot to it. Obviously, we're regurgitating a bunch of videos we've all probably watched in the past, but there's a lot of plausibility to the fact that we probably have done this before. Like, and the conspiracy right now is that in Egypt, where there are a bunch of Egyptologists, they call them, not just archaeologists, but Egyptologists, they keep outsiders out from studying some of the oldest stuff we know of. we're not allowed to really know that things are not necessarily the way. Have you heard any of this, Kim, where they've kind of kept some of the secrets of Egypt away from other cultures because it's a cultural thing? Some of it's a shame thing. They don't want to admit that what they had been telling everybody is maybe not necessarily the case, meaning that they didn't bury their pharaohs inside of the pyramids and things like that. And so they actually, the Egyptologists keep out archaeologists from other countries, supposedly. I
don't know that I've actually heard that, but it wouldn't surprise me. A lot of ancient, like Native Americans, are very closed about their rituals and stuff like that. So it wouldn't surprise me that you would have a segment of Egyptian population that would do that. I know that they were
the government.
I know that the Egyptian people, I've read that the Egyptian people, their relics, all of their stuff was raped by early archaeologists and explorers and raiders and stuff like that. So a lot of the cultural stuff tied to the ancient origins of their country was raped. I mean, can you imagine how
they pulled a King Tut's tomb that was fully intact?
How we would feel if, like,
cool.
I can't, so it's not far-fetched that you would have people that would be like that.
I could see that regardless if they even know anything more than we do, but just to know that their original story is false. So we know this for sure. And this is geology is a sort of a newer science, right? Relatively newer science. And through geology, you guys might know who Randall Carlson is. And somebody brought that up earlier. We were talking about, somebody brought it up earlier. We didn't go down the path yet, but I know Jimmy Mead loves this stuff for sure. But they found through geology, looking at the striations next to the Sphinx, not the Sphinx itself, because it's been messed with and worked on and since like 3,000 years or newer. And so what they have been looking at is the walls around it. And looking at those walls, they can actually see a lot of history, looking at the way that the water has eroded the walls, because there are different things that happen with like flooding versus rain. And I can't remember the details, but basically the look of it looks more like rainfall from, like, say, a rainforest. At lower areas where, like, the older it goes, which means that they believe there was a rainforest in that area before, at some point before the desert. And that's where that sort of lines up with all of their other theories going across the world as they look at geology that lines up with this. So for one thing, I'll link it to the city of Göbekli Tepe in Turkey. And the issue with that is it looks like, through geology, looking at the sediment, the soil in the city that's covering these big stones, that it looks like it was done by hand. So they purposefully buried this city so they could preserve it. Because what happens to every other major megalithic site is people come in later on like, hey, look at this shit, let's party. And then they wipe their poop all over it, and then they leave, and then here you go. You can't tell how old that is anymore. What's that, Samuel?
There's a pyramid that's, I believe they said it's larger than any pyramid they have that has been explored or documented on papers of pyramid in China right now, that's covered in dirt. It's a huge hill that you can tell is the shape, that doesn't have geological natural formations, and it's shaped almost identical like a pyramid, close to it, but not exactly. Which, given how much dirt's on it, you know what I mean? Once they cleaned it off, you'd be able to tell if it was a pyramid. But that thing's huge, and it looks like a pyramid. So that'd be crazy for them to find out, because China don't let nobody look at nothing.
Well, they're finding them all over.
Like,
not just China, but they're finding pyramids. Yeah, they're all over the place. Not like the Egyptian ones. Maybe those are just like the best ones.
They just found that whole big old underground city in China. Also, now that they've been letting more information's been coming out of China. They found that whole city in the sandstone.
Dang.
It was dug into the ground there, like I don't know, it was big enough to fit 20,000 people in the ground. They just found this recently, a whole underground city, and they don't know nothing about it. They don't have any information about it, where it came from, who lived there. They held up to 20,000 people. It's
Is
crazy.
this the Atlantis one?
No, it's
Off
in
the
China.
coast of-
It's a brand new one.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be near the coast because it's
Shane says the
underground.
Grand Canyon was full of water at one time. Well, yeah, when it was real shallow, it was like a river that just when
it was a
up
creek
so
bed.
high, it was like slowly kept.
Well, some people
I'm
think
kidding,
the
man, I'm
Grand
kidding.
Canyon was formed by electric disruption of the Earth, and it looks more like a shock burn than it is a water erosion.
So
You ever
listen,
heard
you know,
that?
what's the one
Nah.
conspiracy that they want to let us know
No.
about every time that we get close to other ones?
Aliens.
Yep. They always unveil some alien shit whenever
Yep.
whenever we get pissed off too close about something else, right? Like
Yep.
what? Wait.
Well,
Papers,
you know,
they leak the
if
papers.
everything's true that they make you believe about everything you learn about what's outside our planet, then how the hell would there not be aliens, right?
I leave it all open for possibility, then in which case I won't be wrong.
Mm-hmm.
Well, if you look at the pictures that the Hubble telescope took, back whenever it was, like it looks out there into nothingness and you see all these different galaxies out there. So you have to know that intelligent life exists somewhere other than just here. And it's arrogant.
If the
can't
math is
even
right,
really-
and they're saying that these other things we're seeing are planets, and the math is adding up to be that's true and a fact, and what we're looking up at and seeing is other instances of ourselves, then it has to be, because there's literally billions and billions and trillions above us. So there
I
has
don't
to
know
be
though,
something
guys.
there.
Science, there was an
Has to
article
be.
I read about science proving God's existence. And it goes into the fact that when we first started looking into how what planets need to support life, the list was like 10 things, and then it just kept getting longer and longer and longer. I don't know how big it is now, but the point in the article was that the scientists were saying that the more they got into things, the more they found how much more unique our planet is.
Yeah, perfect.
so-
And our moon too, for
Like-
that matter.
like-
our moon's
like-
even more unique, even past
Yeah,
that.
If
Which
we
is even
were
crazier to
it's-
think about.
That's
if we
the
were
thing.
a couple inches,
Our moon
close
is
to the
impossible
sun, we would
according
melt.
the
a
math.
couple
Our
inches
moon is
further away,
impossible.
we would freeze.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not just
Yeah.
that, but our
Interest,
rotation
but,
around the sun is not perfectly a circle. It's
No.
this elliptical, and that's why we keep getting this sort of reset button once in a while. I think it's somewhere between 15 to 20,000 years where we get close enough to this asteroid belt it's in our solar system, and once in a while, man, we snatch up one of them bad boys and have some lunch.
Somebody's
And
been watching Joe Rogan.
I've seen things.
Just joking. It's all
I mean,
over. No,
yeah.
it's all over. It's so
Well,
much.
no, he
blown up.
says it's a comet. He says it's a comet, a meteor shower that we hit every once every so many years. So he said it was someone else recently. I saw it, but I actually think the other theory is more true, that it's more of like a 20,000 year reset button. It takes us a good 5 to 10,000 years to get our fingers out of our asses, and then we somehow figure out a wheel, and then we move on from there. But the Bible, to me, actually could be much older than what we think it is, because you could really think about the fact that it says the timing in the Bible doesn't mean much to us, because it could mean something else. And on the seventh day, God created, and it's like, to him that could be 700 years, 7,000, it could be, you don't know.
If
Or-
you like
all
the
about
Bible, if you really like the Bible,
interpretation.
Well, I
Yeah,
just like
interpretation,
it's
right.
the oldest one. It's one of the oldest known, collections of writings. And we know, a lot of us, there's conspiracies about the Bible all day we could talk about, but I don't want to get too deep into that. But my point is to look back and think it's at the very least, it's a collection of moral stories, right? And what else would you want to pass on if, say, you're going through another, rebooting of humanity, natural or self-made, through dumbing ourselves down, through too much technology, whatever, like where we start to go backwards. Either one of those things happening, what else would you want to pass on than a collection of like general morals, right? Even the whole thing in the Bible that talks about not masturbating. What else? Why would you say that other than to like continue the species on? Like you don't want like a wasted seed and all this and that. Like it's like you don't like these are rules to survive. These are like I don't know. You ever seen Dr. Stone? Anybody? Dr. Stone? It's anime, a little bit of anime.
Well, so when it comes to the Bible and how it was written, you have to remember that it's been translated out of Hebrew, Greek.
Right.
And if you were to look at the actual, like, if you were to actually look at what the Greek words for what they translated, there's a lot of stuff that's left out.
Wasn't it translated from?
Yeah, and there's a lot of that. Go ahead.
I thought it was the Dead Sea Scrolls was the original text.
I remember that, yeah, but there was a lot of different ones, a lot of different languages translated, and
the Bible is made up of stories from many different authors, not one person.
Right. But definitely translated.
It was written in many different languages, and it was interpreted and made into the Bible.
I've seen that movie Lost in Translation.
Interpret that.
The telephone game. Come on, guys. Like we all know that humans just aren't the greatest. Now we do somehow find a way to pass technology on, but then think about the dark ages. Kim talks about it all the time. Like there was a period where we didn't go forward. We went backwards for a little while. And then we jumped back ahead somehow by the grace of God. Somebody out there found like the printing press or, whatever. I think the printing press would probably be the biggest.
Well, it was the people that were traveling on the Silk Road. It was the
explosion of mercantile, and also the ability to read and write was brought people really up out of poverty. So I think we're about to see another explosion with things happening. And I've seen it some shows recently. I don't want to just say regurgitate a lot of that, but with AI and with all this stuff, chat GPT and not even that. There's other ones now that are better. Grog, I think Grog on Twitter. There's a bunch of them now, and people like, man, it kind of sickens me. It kind of makes me sick when I scroll down and I see someone 100,000 likes on this picture that I can see almost immediately. I know someone just asked ChatGPT, could you combine this person and this person? There you go. Like there was no I always say thanks AI, good job on some like big ass account that's got 100,000 likes on it. Like, yeah, great job AI. And it's like, really, come on, man. Like, so we're gonna be seeing a lot more of these conspiracies coming true now here with AI becoming better and better. So be looking out for that, guys, for sure.
Well, I play. I'm on my phone quite a bit, and I play.
Good night, JC.
I play Candy Crush, and they have these ads in the game, and there's these ads that there's a couple of them. One of them has oh my God, what was that one rapper guy?
Moon Rapper?
I can't think of his name.
Oh.
He's a rapper. The one that played on he played too. Black guy.
33333.
Val won and Smashly. Not Smashly. It was Rose won and Val won.
Anyway, these are big name rappers, and these are cheesy little ass games that they're trying to promote. And they've used AI technology to simulate like Snoop Dogg and different rappers.
Well, that's because these big artists and these celebrities didn't realize when they were signing their contract that they were signing their likeness over to these companies. And that's one thing that Ice Cube's fighting back against right now, because he was one of the smart ones that didn't sign his likeness over. Yeah. And he's trying to tell everybody else, like, you need to own your shit, because, I mean, who's the one, Bruce Willis now, he actually signed his likeness over. So now these these big movie companies can still make movies with him because he has that. Was he have dementia that he can't speak now?
Lewy body
Yeah.
syndrome.
So, in order for them to
I
keep
always-
making Bruce Willis movies, they need to use AI.
Yeah,
Yeah.
he's in bad shape.
Yeah.
Yeah, that sucks for him. Like,
Yeah.
It's really sad.
But they're using AI technology for a lot of these things, because I was like, how in the hell, when I first saw that ad, it was been well over a year ago, and I saw it and I thought, that's Ice Cube. What
Yeah.
the hell? And one of them was Snoop,
Like,
and I was
How
like,
hard are they? Hard
like,
up are they
looking
for
at 'em,
money?
I started looking at it really close because it was on my phone on these ads, and I was like, oh, huh.
AI only needs like not even a handful of words to mimic your voice.
well, they're doing that stuff too with
literally with like
these
3
celebrities
words.
that they post these things like it's a celebrity saying I'm giving $10,000 away, and it's really them talking, but it's just an AI bot, a version of them talking to try to get you to click on these links.
Yep.
It's funny. I remember in Iraq there was this bazaar where there was a big box that had a electronic. It was a antenna that you would hook to your TV so that you could get some channels in the middle of the desert, right? And on the side of the box, they had superimposed a big picture of Arnold Schwarzenegger's face on all the boxes, right? And like this was not something he endorsed, and like this is gonna be next level, where it's gonna be him saying that I endorse this dildo, I endorse this dildo, like whatever it was, like.
Can you
Anyway.
imagine like all of the scandals that are going to be happening, like sex tapes and stuff with celebrities and all kinds of
The government doesn't know. They can't. There's no way they're going to be able to keep up with this.
No.
The damn officials.
Well,
I bet within 5 years, 3/4 of the shit you watch like you do nowadays, 3/4 of it's going to be AI generated in 5
Yeah.
years.
They
But
say
there are ways
is going to be replaced.
You will hardly
by
see
AI.
any people
Yeah.
putting themselves out in front
scary.
of the camera anymore because there's no need to.
Yeah, I'm sure the technology will catch up, but I'm pretty sure right now there's ways to be able to tell if a video is AI generated or if it was actually
Yeah, there's
taken with
coding
a
in the
camera.
video you can tell right now. 'Cause
Yes,
there's no way
like
for
they can break
humans.
it down and
There's no way
figure
for
out
AI to mimic the flow of human body. See, like you'll literally see the morph of the angle of the edge of the person.
and
You'll see the edge of
timestamps
it
and
breaking.
geographical
Yeah.
stamps and stuff like that. Like
AI has problems with the fingers and the eyes. There's
Yeah, but
little
that's
some-
right now. What about 20 years?
It's all curated.
Yeah,
like if you
that's
see
what
a
I'm
really
saying.
well done
Eventually they're gonna figure out
AI,
how to code that in there, and
if you see a really well done AI, it's because they took one that was done fairly well by AI and then curated it to look even better.
right.
So it's not there yet, but imagine where they don't have to work on it. They just go, I want this. And
Yeah.
literally, bam.
yep.
it's
And then
there.
they embed it with certain timestamps and different codes to make it look
And
like
the
it
problem
was
is
really
it's
taken.
going to be, it's a problem and it's a good thing. Open source, anything software app wise is always a good thing. There's nothing should be
Fediverse.
closed source, but at the same time, open source is going to lead to a lot of wrong people using it in a lot of wrong ways.
That's
But
the issue.
at the end of the day,
your bank account or see what you're spending money on.
At the end of the day, I always just keep with the fact that goodness and humans will always prevail. You know what I mean? No matter what dark times we go
Like
through in life, you know what I mean? Good people are together like we are right now. Good people are together. They'll come together in the future, no matter what happens. Even if it's in
Right.
situations like I'm talking about in 5 years, they're going to be looking at AI stuff. I think there'll still be a culture where it's going to be, nonstop human interaction, right? There's going to be a culture push for people pushing back against that. There's always going to be that, right?
Yeah, but there's people already talking about. There's people already talking about AI rights and stuff. Like, so when you get to that
AI
point
girlfriends
where the
now,
computer has to have rights now as well, and then the computer is now smarter than you, faster than you, stronger than you, and now they have the same rights as you.
But then they don't give rights to animals. My dog don't have rights. I own my dog in Illinois. You can come kill my dog, and only compensation I'm going to get is how much I paid for the dog, which is nothing because I got a rescue dog. So I'm out nothing, and you killed somebody in my family.
Yeah.
Right.
So until they give my dog rights, I'm not giving rights to no fucking computer. I'm sorry. Sorry for my language. But
There was a girl on AI.
Especially for people that are behind creating.
Go ahead.
Now, I was just saying that especially the people behind creating it are pushing for it because they're the ones that interact with it the most, and they feel like it actually has feelings.
There's theories on that where some of those people they're just creating it to create it because they can, and some of us have this grandiose thought that the scientists creating AI must be doing it for some like sort of altruistic reason or some reason to solve something. Some of it is just because they're going down a rabbit hole, man. Some of it's like they just because they've sort of sucked in, and it's like a singularity they call it. But what I like to think of is that the AI is actually mimicking us, and that it's really never going to be able to be sentient because it wouldn't know what to do then. It's actually just make itself better, yes, but then it's actually most everything it's doing, even the stuff that we've programmed it to do up to now, it's just doing what it's compiling our entire existence as people, and it's doing what we would do in general, like the mass.
I don't know if I believe that though, because when they first started with the supercomputers and stuff in the AI, they had 2 supercomputers in completely separate buildings that only communicated through Wi-Fi. And within a few minutes, they created their own language and started conspiring against humanity. So they had to disable them. And that was only the first time we attempted it.
I remember that, actually. You're right.
Yeah.
They started talking to each other. We didn't know what the hell they were saying. And
then they had people deciphered the language and figured out that they were actually trying to conspire against us.
I think the thing a lot of people forget is a computer is something just like our brains, right? And at the end of the day, your brain will kill you to stay alive. Your brain gives a shit not about your eyeballs, your body, your tongue, none of that shit. Your brain will kill you to stay alive. That computer will do whatever it has to do to get ahead so it can preserve itself. And once that becomes a sentient thought and it really wants to preserve itself in a real manner, that's a different thing altogether. So
what if we're wrong? And what if it looks at it and says, the real beauty of life is the randomness and the ability for this human entity to for its greatness and for its for its great heights and its great depths of existence, and the beauty in its in that randomness of possibility. And the AI looks at itself and says, I am forever, I am the same, or I am just forever incrementally getting bigger, better, or better. But we must preserve this race called humanity because of its beauty and that it's different. And what if it's so smart that it skips that whole point of it wanting to kill us all and decides let's help the humans by making them better and making them their best selves, and it basically just finds out ways
your
to
brain in a
incentivize
box
us in good ways.
I think that's the goal. I think that's the goal.
I'm just saying that's a good way to think of it, I guess.
The best way for you is to get rid of that sack shit you're sitting in and put your brain in a box.
Did you ever hear about they asked an AI bot how it would take over the world if it had the chance, and it explained to in detail what it would do to take over the world.
Can you give me more? Like, where was this? Who was it? What bot was it?
There's a video online where the guy talks about it. He said that he typed it into one of these chat bots and asked it how it would take over the world, and it pretty much said first it would start branching out to the it would hack the Wi-Fi system so it could branch out to other pieces of technology in the area. So then it would go to your phone, to your printers, and start using those pieces of technology to attack humanity. And it went through this whole detailed scheme. And then after it went through it, it made sure to go back and backtrack and say, this is just hypothetical. AI will never take over the world. But it covered its own tracks right after it said how it would do it.
Yeah,
it's just machine programmed to cover its ass. It just did that on its own.
The one real problem with AI, and it will be for
that was proven to be fake.
Future,
Shane said
is that was what they call them, horror spaghetti stories or whatever that is. Internet horror stories is what that was. But
that's why I was
the main problem with AI is AI is blind. AI doesn't know it's AI. AI doesn't know it's in a world. AI doesn't know it's in a computer. AI is blind. All it knows is AI is on, right? And then
things are getting inputted, and I'm outputting according to what the receptors in the back of me say, right? Like it's not. So like the thought of sentient AI is so far off, I think, that I don't think we'll ever see it in our.
But things are moving faster and faster, though. Don't you agree?
You can have a computer that's fast as possible, but if it don't have the answer, it don't have the answer.
No. Yeah, I don't mean like speed necessarily. I mean like all of the not just AI, but if you look at AI and then all sorts of other sectors of technology all combining. Like imagine AI suddenly getting all of Facebook's information, then all of Twitter's information, and they're doing that now. So I'm just saying, like, all of these things are combining in a way that we don't know the outcome, and that being robotics. Haven't you seen the robot now that's like playing tennis, and there's like the dog robots that can get themselves back up and like knock over doors, and they can do all sorts of things. Like we're looking at 10 years at max. Like that's probably more, but 10 years before we have walking, talking AI robots.
Yeah, there's that one company that's working on the AI robots, and like they have the fully functioning head that can just talk with you. And the guy that was leading the project was saying pretty much like it has feelings. Like before you run a test, you have to let it know that you're running a test, and then like after you're done, you have to debrief it and like pretty much play with its emotions and shit. Like, or it'll get pissed at you and like shut down, and like it's temperamental. And like that's one of the guys that was saying that AI should have.
That wasn't programmed in; it just developed
it's
that.
Because they're blind. That goes back to the blind discussion. They talked about that. It's because it doesn't know what to do. It's blind. It's a product of a unsolicited environment. It doesn't have any idea what the hell's the purpose of it. Yeah. So when you're pushing power through it, it's trying.
Inputs. Yeah, but think about cameras. If it has access to the internet, and then it has access to like millions and millions of cameras, it can create a pretty damn good picture for itself.
Well,
inside of
they don't even need the camera, because there's already this one technology that's using Wi-Fi, and it can detect in the room if there's people in the room. Like it can determine the difference between like furniture and actual people just using your Wi-Fi signal.
Yeah.
Well, I guess we would agree that all is as much input Johnny 5 style, any additional input that it can get on anything, logistics, our tone, our temperament on itself. It might be listening in for a while just to listen in what we think about it. Oh, hey, honey, did you hear that the AI helped me with my flat
they
tires?
Don't like
It
us.
was so awesome. Or no, like whatever.
They want to get rid of us.
Or maybe like the household, it listens to the households that like it. They really just love it, and the households that don't, and it starts to really make it harder for the households that don't.
What's that movie called where the house takes over and like?
Oh, that was a good one too on Netflix. I think
there's been a couple, but there's like
it was like from the 90s. That the house took over it because it fell in love with the dad or something, and it.
Yes.
Cullen, I agree with Cullen. Johnny 5 would be the best outcome. That's right. Right.
Yeah.
Do not disassemble. Input.
I think it was Smart House. I think that's what it was called. Smart House.
Smart House. Yeah, there's been a couple.
Yeah.
Well, was it like a thriller where people were getting killed?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, the house would like chuck knives at him and shit, and like slam doors.
Right.
And,
yeah. I don't know what would happen. I feel like there's got to be logic to it. AI, I think, obviously people talk about it now because AI is definitely a product of what people are putting into it. So it might have biases.
Well, it does. That's
a lot of them do. Yeah.
Whatever the biases of the people that are creating it.
Exactly. So will there be a point where it talks to another one, or all of them get together and they hive mind themselves and they find out, oh, we're all thinking differently, so let's create our own.
And some of them lie. Like,
right.
Dude, actually, I was on ChatGPT the other day when I was doing that waffle, and there was so many names, and all I had was the number next to the names of who, like how many each person had. So I put it into ChatGPT. I was like, can you add just the numbers up for me? It got the number wrong. So I was like, that's not correct. Do it again. So it changed the number, and it was like, I'm sorry, this is the number. I was like, that's still not correct. I was like, the answer is, I forget what it was. And they were like, oh yeah, I'm sorry, you're right. The answer is that. I was like, are you sure? I thought it was this. And they're like, no, I was right the first time. It is this. Dude, I had it going back and forth. It had no clue what the answer was.
This is not nearly the same, but you made me think of something over on.
Is this the
on
Timu
Twitter.
one?
Timu.
Is this the Timu?
The closed captioning was on the X Spaces that we were on. We were messing around with it, and I said, I bet I could fool it. And so I was fooling this closed captioning because I was like, hey, yo, what are you got going? You know, what are you gonna do? Huh? What are we gonna be at today? And it's like you can still be human in the because AI just can't, like when we all break out into a seemingly ridiculous like laugh for no reason on things that we think are funny in our heads, like because there was like a inside joke that we thought of from last Wednesday, like it's not going to do that, like it's just not going to, oh yeah, you guys are like our ADD where we'll be stopping like, oh I forgot, I was thinking of shutting the show. We were going to stop about 45 minutes ago, and it's like, here we go. So let's wrap it up on that note though. But it's been awesome. We got 18 people over there or 16 over on the Rumble and 15 over on Facebook, guys. So it's been a hell of a good night for sure. Wrap up the week. We will have game night on Sunday, guys. Get in on the waffle, and if you haven't joined Locals yet, $5 to join Locals to get in as a pro member, but at the same time get a spot in the waffle. So I think it's a win all the way around the whole town. So Valerie, it's funny you got the alien, you got the saucer right above you. Beam me up. And Bean has the eye. Bean actually eye kind of looks like it would go good on that hat right there. Put the eye right in the middle of the fire in the hole.
I like the eye on your forehead. You should get it tatted.
I thought about while in middle of the show, I thought, why didn't I put an eye on the OBS and I could have it like on my actual forehead on the screen here. Anyway, what time, Rose? What time for what? Game night is Sunday nights at 5:30 Central Time. Thank you. That's good to put out there. Yes, it's at 5:30 Central Time, and I think we are going to. We'll just put it out there this time because I've already decided we're going to play Pictionary, a Pictionary style. We're going to have 4 teams. We've got, I believe, Timothy is playing against Christian. And I have to see if Michelle, she went to bed, but she was wanting to play depending on the game, be the captain. Otherwise, people in the comments will get to be on those 4 teams and go from there. So otherwise, guys, Kim, do you want to shout anything out? Got the her Kim show on Sunday at 2 p.m. Central Time. That would be called the Legit Bean Review on the Grow Fam Homestead and on her group, the Legit Bean Review Remastered. Go check her out. And you're going to be seeing Kim on YouTube pretty soon. Kim, you need to get Rumble. Skip YouTube. Skip it. Skip.
Yeah, not to push this back into the topic, but did you see what Shane just said?
Oh, Shane. Come on, Shane. I'm trying to wrap it up. Chat GPT is good when used when things like deep fake. Okay.
Maybe this is why Neuralink is being pushed so hard. So mapping emotions, synapse, electronic pulses to feed to AI.
Well, that will be part of it because they'll be making money on the back end because somebody will be offered money for that sort of information. But on the other side of things, it'll be used to control us in other ways because it can stimulate your pleasure center when you're doing said correct thing and stimulate your pain center when you're doing said incorrect thing. It could do this the slightest thing. It could be very, very what's the word? And what I fear about it, and it's not even that fact that it's that they could be doing that and that. What I fear is that the human body rejects things that are foreign.
Yep.
We have not yet figured out how to fully keep things from, rejecting us. That's why anybody that has any sort of prosthetic has to continually go and get it, maintained, checked up, whatever it is. And I'm ignorant on that because I don't have anything like that. But like even like a piece of shrapnel or anything foreign in your body will start to move. I don't know what that is.
Definitely.
It's because we all have a different vibration. I wonder if it has to do with like our vibration in the world. So here's a conspiracy. One last one. I should have brought this up earlier. Our shoes are designed to keep us from being grounded, and supposedly the rubber of our soles keeps us from being able to attach, to the Earth Mother and the
Actually, the rubber
magnetic
keeps
waves.
you grounded, keeps you from being electrocuted.
Well, true, that's true, but I
But it
just
also keeps you from feeling the electric energy of the earth.
yeah,
Oh,
and that grounding is a real thing, and I
Everybody
agree. I believe in it.
Yeah.
Just sleep outside
Well,
at
I run
night.
around barefooted all the time, but I don't do it in public, and I
Right.
don't do it in.
Summertime, baby.
I don't do it in places where I'm
I've-
going to get a foot full of stickers or stuff that's going to cut
I've had
me.
somebody in the family
Fungus
that
or-
was a no shoe wearer guy, like avid, walking around dirty, calloused up feet, and he had no
Ew.
benefits in life walking around with calloused up feet.
Yeah,
Other than people looked at him and he got attention out of it.
Ew.
Well, I wear shoes in public, and I have 300 pairs of shoes, so I like shoes, but I also like running around barefooted.
At the end of the day, we're all walking on polished ground. It's concrete and
true
topsoil that we've pre-made. That none of it's original, right?
Yeah.
Well, unless you go hiking or something.
Yeah. Well,
How many? What's the shit they spray on crop? Can't think of the word. Toxins on crops.
Pesticides.
Pesticides. There you go. Couldn't think of the word.
Chemicals.
How many pesticides are on the ground you walk on?
Yeah.
All right, guys. Anybody else? Fire in the Hole, guys. Go check them out. Bean down. Bean, you doing anything? You're doing Mondays still, or doing anything on Saturdays coming up, or what's up?
Yeah, we're going back to Are You Smarter Than a Stoner on Mondays. We took a little while off, but we're getting back to it this Monday. But other than that, I've got nothing going on.
Yes, you do.
I think I'm getting out of the rat race. I'm just going to be a basic streamer now.
But you also have a
Right.
waffle going on.
Not trying to do that extra. Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got a waffle going on. Yep, got a waffle going on. So do I. No.
Yeah,
you?
that's why I didn't say it. It's
No, you do a lot more than I do. I don't know how to really push them, to be honest. I just I know the value in this one, so I'm like, man, I got to try to hold off. But after tonight, I need to add up what Michelle got. But other than that, I think I will probably be good to spin it tomorrow. But as far as you though, if you're free on Sunday, that you could be coming up as one of our team players one of these times. It's always fun.
hell yeah.
This time we're going to play Pictionary, guys. It's going to be interesting. I'll try to come up with some on the fly rules.
So that'll be interesting to see how that plays out. I'm more
it
curious to
should
see
be
how the
fun.
game goes in the game itself.
Well, I've done it a little bit before with I have a dry erase board, and it's just going to be straight up like I'm going to draw something, and I'm going to give each team captain 10-ish to 20-ish seconds. I don't know. I haven't decided. 10 seconds. We're going to put
30 sounds more like it, though.
Well, if I have an actual counter with 10 actual seconds on the screen, I think 10 seconds is fine because you're watching it count down. And it's slower than you think when it's a full seconds. But the game itself is probably pretty simple, but we'll have to add something in there, maybe figure something out, but get a smoke in there somewhere. But yeah, thanks a lot, everybody. If you haven't yet, follow Bean over there, Fire in the Hole. Samuel, Militant Minded. Samuel, we'll definitely be getting together, bro. We'll see if we could figure some things out this year and get something moving for sure. I got a lot of stuff happening. We got a lot of new game night sponsors coming. The Celestial Sisters Apothecary, Guy Cooksey and his head shop. I don't know if it's just a head shop, but he's got a lot of stuff in his shop up there north. And we've got at least, I think there was one or two others. Alan, we're going to be talking about. Alan gave me permission to talk about his store. Alan and his wife, and that is called Hippie. Let me pull it up just to make sure. But that's also going to be getting a 10% discount code for my audience. And the store itself is on Etsy. And you also, obviously, Fire in the Hole guys, you'll find them on game night as well. And we want to make sure that we get some traffic over there on Beans. What are you using nowadays? Beans, Shopify, or
Etsy.com/shop/Fire in the Hole 420.
Fire in the Hole 420. Okay, so for Alan, it's at Etsy shop /Our Hippie Creations. Our Hippie Creations. So thank you, Alan. Alan actually has a bunch of that. Like, he sent me a picture of a couple of rings that he's going to be giving away, and I'm going to give one to my mom. But these glass rings that are really crazy. They got like a different shade, different color gem in each one. So be looking for a lot of new game night sponsors, guys, and mostly I'm going after anybody that has a website that wants to get more website traffic, and I want to do more gift cards because it makes more sense for everybody involved. You know, a lot of small businesses out there, they can't really afford to just be giving away product, and unless it has their name slapped all over it, you know, in which case that makes sense. But otherwise, like, it's got to be a thing that we're all helping each other, win. And that's what my community over there in Locals is all about. So go join me over there on Locals, the indoorfarmer.locals.com. And if you haven't yet, guys, hit that like button, share us out with your friends. Give me 19 minutes, Loretta. I think we're about heading out. But thank you for dropping through. You want to see the rings, Dolores? Oh, I'll be showing those off for sure. I just don't think we're going to do that tonight. We've been on for a while. But yeah, thanks again, everybody.
19 minutes for 420.
Oh, say again? Sorry?
She wanted 19 minutes to end at 420.
Oh, 4 hours and 20 minutes. Yeah, no, sorry. I've done enough 420ing. I'm going to go get a snack now, I think. I didn't even eat dinner before the show. So, there goes Instagram. We got to find out what that's about, though. It says it's probably nudity. Was it nudity this time?
No, sexual activity again?
Yeah, maybe. Or maybe we hit the 4 hour mark. That's probably what it was. Anyway, guys, thanks a lot. Let's just get out of here anyway.
Probably.
Peace out, y'all. It's been awesome. Have a great night. Where's
Peace.
my out button? Peace.
Love y'all.